operations here at Western. I hope everybody can hear me okay. Surely gives me a pleasure to welcome you all to our virtual fall preview day. Bienvenidos todos, amigos y familia. Let me take a moment to first recognize that Western Washington University's main campus here in Bellingham is situated on the ancestral homelands of the Coast Salish peoples, who have lived in the Salish Sea Basin and all throughout the San Juan Islands and the North Cascade region from time immemorial. We express our sincerest respect and gratitude to our Indigenous neighbors, the Lummi Nation and the Nooksack tribe, for their enduring care and protection of our shared lands and waterways. So here we are, fall 2020, straddling the 2 years between 2020 and 2021. And it's almost like I want to have a little bit of a conversation and maybe share a few thoughts with you all on my position as a director and also as a parent. I point that out because this fall, as we speak here, I have a son who is a first-year student at another institution, and I have two daughters, one of whom is a senior in high school and another one who is a freshman in high school. So a freshman in college, a senior in high school, a freshman in high school. There's just not enough coffee in the day. Here I'm drinking tea, I'm drinking coffee. There's just so much going on. And we all as a family, and me talking with my teens, with my students, it's one of those things like, what the heck, 2020, and I cannot wait for 2021, right? So there's that sense of an anticipation, and with moving forward, right, and moving forward with that sense of anticipation and expectation, and a bit of anxiety. We can certainly recognize that in our own space, in our own lives, where we are managing things that are very personal to broadly impacting in our communities, in our own lives, and certainly in the state of the nation and the world. Everything from, of course, the presidential election, the anticipation of a vaccine for treating COVID, to the economic recovery that we hope will take place thereafter, to, of course, executing plans and moving forward with the progressive plans on bringing about greater social justice for members of our community who are from marginalized identities or our BIPOC friends. Everything also to hanging out with friends or just not wearing a mask that will make my glasses fog up on any given afternoon. It's that, hopefully, that sense of returning back to normal, even if we recognize that on some level, returning to normal may look decidedly different than it did in February of 2020, and certainly in the last decade, the 2010s and the 20-teens in 2019. The college search experience in many regards is not unlike that, right? It is about a sense of anxiety as well as anticipation. And all of that is normal. All of that is absolutely expected and certainly normal in the spectrum of what a student and the family will be experiencing. Reflecting back on what my son went through and now anticipating what my daughter is going to be going through, it's a bit like that. Their personalities are different. So for those who are out there who have experience with more than one student, family members, or students themselves, you know that each of you will have your own identity, will have your own expectation and anticipation of what the college search is going to look like. 2020 started out normally in the fall of 2019 and then ended it very much in virtual graduation and commencement exercises for those students who were in high school. For those who were in college, going to online instruction and having grading systems that were not traditional from the A through F that we're accustomed to, and all sorts of different experiences. We were all learning by doing, and we're all in many ways learning together. With that said, though, I do want to leave you all with a few thoughts, about 4 thoughts, quick thoughts, or perhaps advice, depending on how you want to process this, that can hopefully help you all maintain a bit of perspective, may I dare say a bit of sanity, if you will, with regards to this whole process. It certainly helped me as I was helping my son, and my daughters as we're going through, paying a lot of attention to what was going on with our son as he was finishing out his senior year and starting his freshman year in college. But let me just share a few things here that I hope will be of use. First of all, to really remain aware and engaged. Each of us is going to be affected by the stress very, very differently. Take the time to connect with each other. One of the things that I found particularly helpful is to schedule little college chats, however periodic, because you don't want to leave things to chance and you certainly don't want to make any assumptions. I hear horror stories sometimes of parents who will have a bit of a disconnect with their student with regard to what their student was planning on doing and what the parent was perhaps expecting of that experience. So do check with each other as you are able. So remain aware of that process and remain engaged. The other piece too is remain engaged with the colleges that you're interested in. No doubt you are here today to explore a bit about what Western is doing with regard to the anticipation of going into 2021, not only in the spring term, but for those who are looking farther out, starting college in the fall of 2021. Remaining engaged with the college is particularly important because on any given month, we are providing updates with regards to the academic instruction and what that's going to look like, what it's going to look like with the aspects of updates in scholarships and even the admission process, such as test optional. So we're going to be covering some of that into the Q&A a bit later on. To no doubt aspects of the response to COVID-19, what are colleges doing with regards to the public health components, as well as the personal safety elements as students enter the college experience and live with one another in residence halls. To also some things associated with the social justice and the BLM movement and supporting individuals from marginalized identities, as I pointed out a bit earlier. Colleges are also implementing and bringing about a progressive approach to their commitment to access, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So remain aware and be engaged with each other as well as with the colleges that you're interested in. Rely on the support network. So point number 2 here, rely on your support networks. Now more than ever, because of our traditional ties, college representatives, high school counselors, community-based organizations in your community, community-based organizations, mental health practitioners, family members. Each of these ties now may be manifesting themselves a bit differently than they had before. So it is now the opportunity to think about, okay, how is this playing out differently and what I can do in order to make sure that I strengthen those ties in order to have a very, very broad support network as you go about, students particularly as you go about starting your college experience and finishing out the high school. We as college representatives are here to absolutely help you along the way. And we want to see nothing short of seeing you thrive in this process. We recognize that many of you here today have a wonderful list of options of schools that you're going to be applying to and will be admitted to, and you're going to have a great number of offerings from which to choose. So we recognize that many of you will ultimately not choose Western. We hope many of you do see that aspect of fit and what we offer here as a great place for you to call your college home over the next 4 years. So we hope that you will consider us, but we know that we are ultimately about seeing you be successful in this experience and land in a place that you will feel happy and will call your college home, call your alma mater when you graduate. Third point over here is to be able to step back at the right times. There's a full spectrum of experiences between the student and the parent dynamic. I'm sure we could all recognize that. Parents, particularly, we know that our students, our children have different personalities. We have our own personalities. Then you overlay that with the stresses of what's going on in the college search process. And on top of that, what's going on in the state of the world right now. So with that said, that there is a spectrum here going from hyper helicopter parent to I'm so absolutely clueless, I don't even know what's going on. There's a whole spectrum in between it to what extent the parents and the students want to take some control over the search process as it plays out. I bring that up because it is especially important during the college search process that you students and you parents figure out what is the give and take that's going to be healthiest for you, because students, increasingly so as you are entering your young adulthood, 18, 19 years old, you will be exercising a greater deal of independence and self-reliance. And parents, we, as I've certainly experienced with my son, he being the firstborn, experience a greater need to let go and trust that he, a very, very highly capable and engaged young man in this process, needed to really take the reins of this whole experience, right? He needed to take the wheel, the proverbial wheel, so to speak. So do step back at the right times and understand where each of you is coming from. Students, step back a little bit and try to understand what your role is and what your parents' role is, establish those boundaries. And parents, much of the same. Step back a little bit and understand what it is that your student is saying, even if it's not a verbal piece, what it is that you're processing, what it is that you're interpreting. As I often like to say, with parents particularly, we go from changing our space from being a coach to now being a cheerleader. We're no longer on the sideline calling the shots or calling the play every time. We are now up in the stands rooting for our students to be successful and thrive as they move forward and they launch into the next step. The last piece over here is to enjoy this discovery together. No doubt a lot of the things that I brought up here today speak to a bit of that anxiety and that sense of anticipation. But there are very few things in life that we consider those milestones, right? Those celebrations, those rites of passage for some. And the college search experience, the high school graduation experience, the college search experience is certainly the case. For transfer students also, starting at another institution and embarking at another college or university setting is also one of those things that you don't do very often. So in that space, I hope you are able to hold with great care and nurture it in just the right way so that you can enjoy this experience and explore it together. It is about recognizing that you need a little bit of space and time and give each other grace in knowing that this is new. This is different on top of everything else going on in the world right now, but it is about ultimately enjoying together and have a great experience throughout. Nothing quite as wonderful as I went back to drop off some things for my son at his college a while back. He had forgotten some things. Thankfully, we live relatively close to where he's going to school, and I was able to drive down. And the look of joy on his face when I asked him, "Are you having a great time?" and the huge smile on his face. And he said he was loving it. You could just tell that for all of the work, for all of the effort that he put on, for all of the sweat and sometimes tears and aggravation that the whole experience provided, he was in the right place. And it was quite wonderful to see that in his very charming smile. So today in this experience here at Western, we have so many wonderful opportunities for you to engage with representatives from academic departments, student services areas, as well as individuals from the Office of Admission. If you have special circumstances or individual situations that you would like to talk with us about, I absolutely welcome you to join one of our Zoom breakout sessions where you would be teamed up with one representative for our office. So you, your family, your student, and one of us, myself included, I'm on the roster here today, do take that opportunity to speak up and ask those specific questions. Or if you're like my daughter, who she might be awake right now, she might actually be listening in and just leaving her camera off, leaving her microphone off, and she may just be sitting in the backdrop a little bit and just soaking it all in. If that's your speed, that's okay. A lot of these sessions will be recorded and made available, already are available, and be made available for the next several days, so you can sort of take opportunity of those as well. But today, with the Q&A, with the breakout sessions, with some of the panels that we have available, ample opportunity for you to have a lot of these initial questions answered. And again, if you have some specific situations or circumstances you want to highlight with an admission counselor, we welcome you to join us in a Zoom session, a breakout room here today. With that said, I thank you all so very much for being here with us. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we're going to be here kicking off here in a couple minutes the information sessions for first-year students, for those who are graduating from high school, as well as for transfer students. So 2 separate information sessions. And to you all, I wish you a great Saturday. Be well, everyone. Take care.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. I'll be taking over for the admissions info session. We're going to wait just another minute until 11:15, and then I'll get started. So I will take over screen share now. We'll be waiting just one more minute until we get started. It's 11:15 here, so I can go ahead and get that info session started. My name is Julia Ide. I'm an admissions counselor here at Western Washington University. I work with all of our students coming from Central and Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Montana. So if you're from one of those areas, I'll be your admissions counselor. In this info session, I'm here to share some information with you about Western and Bellingham. I'll tell you about our academics and the opportunities we provide to our students, go into student life, ways to get involved in this community we have here on campus. And then once I get you excited about Western, I will tell you about the application process and how we can get you here to Western. I'll also have some info about financial aid, ways to fund your education here at Western, and I'll wrap things up with some quick info about our honors program. Bit of housekeeping before we get started. So this is a Zoom webinar, so we're not able to see or hear you, but you can communicate with us through the chat. We do have some chat moderators here as well, so you will see Francis, Claudia, and Rebecca replying to your questions. So please feel free to use that chat to send those in. And then at the end, we'll also make sure there's some time for a Q&A as well. So there is plenty of time to get your questions answered here today. And with that, I'll go ahead and get started. So we're located in Bellingham, Washington, for those who aren't too familiar with us, to give you a bit of an idea where we're located. If you've never had the chance to visit Bellingham, we're about 90 miles north of Seattle, straight up I-5. So Seattle is a great location. It serves as a transit hub for us. There's plenty of options to get to and from campus. So that's pretty convenient that we are close by to that big city. Vancouver, Canada is also going to be about 45 minutes to the north, depending on that border wait time. But the benefit of having the cities near us, aside from transit, is it's some pretty cool places to go explore. You're not going to be bored in Bellingham, though. There is plenty for you to do here in town as well. We have a population of about 83,000 people, but Bellingham is pretty spread out, so it's not going to feel too crowded like a big city. We're also, as you can see from that picture, in a beautiful area. We're right next to Bellingham Bay. It's about a mile away from campus. That's where you'll find some water sports and some good places to look for sea stars and enjoy the views. 60 minutes to east of campus is the Mount Baker ski area. So this is where all your winter and mountain activities will be. You can go skiing, snowboarding, snowshoeing, and south of campus, as well as between campus and Mount Baker, there's some great places for hiking, camping, mountain biking, and rock climbing. So whether it's on the water, in the mountains, or anywhere in between, we are an outdoor lover's paradise. We're really lucky to be in such a beautiful place. Of course, if you're the type who maybe appreciates the outdoors from the indoors, there's plenty for you to do in town as well. Downtown Bellingham is going to be about a 15-minute walk away from campus. And this is where you're going to find great coffee shops to study in, some really great places to get a bite to eat. Pro tip, if you do come visit campus, I really encourage you to have some extra time in your schedule to go get a bite to eat downtown. We have some great food. You'll also find two independent film centers, a comedy club, local shops to explore. So downtown Bellingham is a really fun place, and it's just a short walk away from campus. Whether it's on campus, downtown, or in the surrounding outdoor areas or surrounding cities, there is going to be plenty for you to do at Western. You will not be bored. And of course, another thing that will keep you busy and take up a good chunk of your time is academics. So what you decide to major in. We have 175 different majors across our 7 colleges that make up Western Washington University. You can see some of our popular majors on the second half of this page, but it'd be a long PowerPoint if we included all of them. So I really encourage you to use the majors catalog on our admissions website to explore all of those programs. At the top here, we have a list of our colleges, and I want to highlight a few of them, give them some shout outs. First of all, Woodring College of Education. So we started back in 1893 as the New Whatcom Normal School. We started as a teacher's college. So we really maintained that solid foundation in education and training teachers to this present day. And we're really proud of the impact we're able to have on education in both Washington State and throughout the rest of the country. In Woodring, you'll find programs for early childhood education, elementary education, and secondary, as well as master's programs. Huxley College of the Environment, another one I like to shout out. Huxley College was one of the first environmental colleges to be established in the United States. So this is where you're going to find all of your programs in environmental sciences, environmental studies, sustainability. That's where you'll have all those options. The benefit of having a college of the environment rather than a department or just 1 or 2 majors is that we have multiple options within environmental sciences, within environmental studies, so that you can find that program that will be the right fit for you for what you ultimately would like to do. Speaking of finding that right fit, last on that list, but definitely not least, is Fairhaven College of Interdisciplinary Studies. Fairhaven College is our smallest college here at Western. They have about 300 students, so it's a pretty tight-knit community. Fairhaven College is really unique in that you're actually able to create your own interdisciplinary concentration, so you're able to actually create your curriculum. If we look at that popular majors list, we'll take English as our example. To get an English degree, there are certain classes that you have to take, and that curriculum is created for you by the English department. But in Fairhaven, you are able to work with faculty and advisors to create your course of study. So if your interests really do lie in the intersection of multiple disciplines, or if you're interested in social justice and the law, I really encourage you to look into Fairhaven, which also houses our Center for Law, Diversity, and Justice here on campus. Like I said earlier, second half of this page is our popular majors. I do want to emphasize, though, that popular does not mean better. These are just some of the larger programs we have on campus. That last bullet point there, the pre-professional pathways. So these are designed for students who are planning to go into medical school, law school, those competitive graduate programs and professional programs after Western. So it's not a specific major. For example, we don't have a pre-law or pre-med major. Instead, the pathway is here as a pathway to be there for you when you start as a student, to make sure you're on track to go into those competitive programs. So whether it's helping you making sure you're completing required coursework to apply to programs, meeting those prerequisites, or looking at ways to expand your application resume outside of the classroom, this pathway is there to make sure you're on track. We want to make sure we provide opportunities to all of our students to get out of the classroom and really dive into what you're studying. We've had environmental science students participating in the Great Go Lift, where they got to work with wildlife biologists to use helicopters to move mountain goats from one side of the Cascades to the other. We've had students work in salmon conservation as well. We have students in the archaeology department working at the field school that Western runs up towards Mount Baker, so you can get field experience there. And if you're in the more creative studies as well, there's plenty of opportunities to be involved, whether that's through music performance, theater, or working on one of our 5 student-run publications on campus. We want to make sure students are having those opportunities. And as we are a mid-sized university and 95% of our students are undergraduates, students coming in to earn their bachelor's degrees, we're really able to provide those opportunities for undergrad students to get involved in research or internships or other creative activities. So because we're undergrad focused, 99% of our classes are taught by professors, many of whom have the terminal degree available in their field. So right from day one, you'll have access to folks who are oftentimes experts in their field. Of course, another huge aspect of your college experience is student life and building your community here on campus. It can be a bit difficult going away to college for the first time, maybe your first time on your own and you don't know many folks at Western. It can be a bit intimidating. So we want to make it easy for you to dive right in and start building that community here on campus. And clubs are a great way to do that. We have more than 250 different clubs at Western, ranging from academic-based clubs like Chemistry Club and Psychology Club. We have the Professional Women's Association. We also have the Skiing and Snowboarding Club, which is actually, I think, one of our largest clubs on campus. We have Hiking Club and Harry Potter Club and even Cereal Eating Club. So whatever you like to do, again, mid-sized university, 16,000 students, there's going to be a few folks out there who have those same interests, and clubs are a great way to get connected with them. If you choose to live on campus, residence hall activities will be another great way to dive right in and get involved and get to know the students that live around you. The residence halls put on different events throughout the year, so there's always something to do. The housing communities puts on a haunted house in the fall. There's also going to be movie and hot chocolate nights throughout the year, so it's a great way to build community with the students around you. Next year, we have our Resource and Outreach Programs Counseling Center and Career Services Center. If there's only one takeaway from this presentation, let it be that there is no one formula to a successful college experience. And what you need to be successful might differ from what another student needs, and that's okay. We have a variety of resources, so make sure you take advantage of those. We have our tutoring center in the library. This is where you can go to get connected with a tutor who is a student who's already taken and passed that class, so they're familiar with the curriculum. You can also get connected with a study group or even brush up on your study skills. We have a research and writing studio as well. This is where you will go for research paper help, have someone review your essays. And we have a tech center in the library too. You can go get some tech assistance if you're not too tech savvy like me and need someone to help you out. Or you can borrow equipment like laptops, chargers, microphones, cameras, and even a sewing machine. All of these, so the tutoring center, the research and writing studio, and tech center are all going to be in the library. So that's a really important building on campus to know. It's a hub of resources, and they have a great bagel shop as well. So 2 reasons to know the library: for snacks and for studying. Next here we have our Counseling Center and Career Services Center. So the Counseling Center is there where you can go to some of their workshops, like to learn about healthy stress management techniques, or you can meet one-on-one with a counselor as well to get that mental health support and make sure you're getting that kind of support you need and figure out long-term solutions. The Career Services Center is another resource I really want to encourage students to take advantage of. You can go there and have them review your resume. You can even practice interview questions. We bring internship fairs to campus throughout the year, so it's a good idea before you go to that fair, go hit up the Career Services Center, have them review your resume, perhaps practice a few interview questions so that you can go to that internship fair and really feel prepared. Athletics and intramurals are another great way to get involved. If you're looking to be a student athlete, I'd recommend getting in touch with the coaches of the sport you're looking at. But if you're perhaps not looking for that time commitment, that's okay. Intramurals are a great way to stay active, stay involved, but a bit less of a time commitment. So with our intramural sports, you can get a few friends together, create your own team, and play against students a few nights a week. This fall, with the shift of virtual, we are still having intramural sports, and now we've shifted to esports. So even with this different and unusual times, we're still finding ways to come together and connect. Study abroad, if anyone here thinks they're going to study abroad while they're in college, we have a great education abroad office to help you with that. They can help you with finding that program, applying, and they can help you with all the planning that goes into spending a few months abroad. So they have passport application workshops, make sure you're getting your visa, figuring out your finances, so that you're really prepared to have a successful experience abroad. You don't have to go far, though, to explore some pretty cool spaces. So Western operates the Lakewood Boathouse out on Lake Whatcom. It's about 12 minutes away from campus. This is a space you can go to. It's open to all students. You can show them your student ID card and check out kayaks, canoes, paddle boards. You can even take a sailing class to get credit for learning how to sail. We also have an outdoor center on campus as well. This is where you can borrow equipment like snowshoes, even a canoe, or you can sign up for an excursion led by Outdoor Center staff. So perhaps if you're not too familiar with some of these outdoor activities, if you've never tried mountain biking or kayaking, you can sign up for one of these trips and learn how it's done so that you can get exploring. Hopefully so far this all sounds good to you. You're thinking, well, how do I get to Western? So this is where I'm going to shift into telling you about that application process. Starting with, what do we look for? What is it we actually want to see on that application? We do look at your academic performance. That is a factor in our decision, but that is not the basis of that is not what we base our admissions decision on. We also want to see your contributions to your community, your achievements. We want to celebrate your experiences with you. And in the next slide, I'll tell you how you can show that through the application. It'll be an online application. You can find that on our admissions website. We ask that you send us your transcripts that show your grades from the beginning of 9th grade through the end of 11th grade. And you'll fill out your senior year schedule with what classes you are currently taking or planning to take. We do usually ask for official ACT, SAT test scores, but for the fall of 2021 and applicants for all 2021, so whether you apply to start in fall, winter, or spring 2021, we have decided to be test optional. We understand that many students have been impacted by cancellations of the SAT, ACT, so if you have those test scores, feel free to send them in, but if you don't, that's okay. You will not be negatively impacted in any way, so you will still get that same consideration for both admission and scholarships. We also ask that you send us an activity list and essay, and these are the parts to really tell us about yourself, tell us things that we wouldn't know from looking at what classes you've taken and what your grades are. So the activity list, this is anything you do outside of class time and homework. So it can still be a school-related activity, perhaps you're involved in music or dance, athletics, clubs, leadership at your high school. It can also be volunteering in your community or working. It could be family responsibilities. Make sure you include all of those. The activity list really helps us to understand what's important to you and what you choose to spend your time on. The essay is another important part of the application. It's my favorite part to review, and that's because it's our chance to really get to know you and hear your voice. The essay doesn't need to be an academic paper you submitted for class. Instead, tell us your story, perhaps about why you want to go to college, maybe tell us how you're feeling about college, what you're excited about studying, so that we can get to know you as an individual. If you're a bit worried about your essay, you can actually submit your essay to the admissions counselors before you submit your application. We can review it for you, perhaps give you some feedback, so that when you do submit your application, you'll be really confident in knowing that you submitted a great essay. And actually, if you want some more help about learn more about the essay later today at 3 p.m., there's a session on writing a great college essay, so I'd encourage you to attend that as well. There's also going to be an optional tell us more essay. So this is if you think there's anything else we need to know that's not already shown in your application. Perhaps there are other factors that impacted your academic performance. Perhaps there are some other things you think it's important we know and take into account. Feel free to use this space to tell us that. The letters of recommendation are also going to be optional, so if you'd like to send those in, please feel free to do so. We're happy to read them. We do have a $60 application fee, but we do have need-based fee waivers as well. So if you do need to request that fee waiver, please feel free to do so. We don't want this to be a burden on you or your family, and we don't want this application fee to be a barrier to you applying. So if you need to request one at the end of the application, right before you go to submit it, you'll have that opportunity to request that waiver. And apply early. That's some great advice there. Keep an eye on the deadline. So our early action deadline is November 1st. The application is open right now, so you can get it started today if you want. And if you apply by November 1st, you'll get a response from us by December 31st. This early action deadline is non-binding, so you can still apply to other schools. You can still ultimately decide to attend another school, but it'll help you get a response faster, so you have as much time as possible to weigh your options. If you need more time, perhaps you're still perfecting your essay, that's okay too. The regular decision deadline is January 31st, so you'll have plenty of time to get that submitted. I have one page here about transfer admissions as well, in case we have any students who might be considering doing a 2-year college before transferring. It's going to be an online application again. You'll send us your transcripts, but the essay will be more focused on your academic preparation and academic plan. You'll just want to keep an eye on those deadlines for the quarter you're thinking of applying to. They're going to be a bit different than first-year deadlines. So here's where I'm going to shift into financial aid and tell you some ways you can fund your education. At the top here, I have the links to FAFSA and WAFSA. FAFSA is the free application for federal student aid. WAFSA is the application for Washington state aid. So WAFSA is for Washington state residents who might not qualify for federal aid. Fill out one form or the other, not both. And if you're not sure which is the right one for you to fill out, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to any of the other counselors in the office, the counselors at your high school, our financial aid office, and we can help you figure out what's the right form for you. Again, apply early. That is some of the best advice I can give you. So they're both available right now. You can get them submitted. I certainly encourage you to just get them submitted and out of the way so you don't have to worry about it. But for Western, the priority deadline is January 31st. A bit of advice, though, for folks who are planning to apply to multiple schools is that priority deadline for FAFSA and WAFSA varies between schools. So make sure you check all of the deadlines. And I know you'll already have January 31st marked on your calendar because that's the date that your application to Western will also be due. Here we have a summary of the types of funding you might receive through our financial aid office. I also want to say a quick shout out to that picture there that's in our Wilson library. It's just a really great place to study. It's called the Harry Potter room. So that's a really cool place on campus to study and do some homework. Back to types of funding now. So you might receive grants or loans through your funding. Grants you do not have to pay back. This is money that's given to you for your education. And there's a few different kinds. Pell grants, which are federally funded, as well as state need grants. You may also receive loans. There's a few different types, and the type and amount of loan that you qualify for will be noted on your aid offer. If you get your financial aid offer and need some help understanding the numbers, you can reach out to our financial aid office to set up an appointment with a financial aid counselor. They can look at what you received and help you understand what those numbers mean. You might also receive a work study through your financial aid. And what this does is it provides funding for you to have a job on campus. So you do still have to go out and find that on-campus job, but we have a great resource for you through our Student Employment Center website. You can sort by work study or non-work study jobs. You can sort by what kind of jobs, so working in dining halls or in an office on campus for a department, so that you can find one that will be a right fit for you. Even if you don't receive work study, you will still have plenty of opportunities to find employment on campus as well. We have more than 3,000 student jobs at Western, so you could work in the dining halls, in an office, or even be a kayak instructor through our outdoor center. There are plenty of opportunities. Here we have some information about scholarships, always a hot topic to talk about. We have a few different kinds of awards. So right there at the top, those are your admission scholarships. When you apply to Western, there's nothing extra you have to do to be considered for these awards. You are automatically reviewed for them. They're going to be merit-based awards. These will be based on your unweighted GPA. Western is a WUI school. We do participate in the Western Undergraduate Exchange, which provides 150% of in-state tuition to students coming from out of state, coming from certain WUI member states. I'll tell you a bit more about WUI and some out-of-state scholarships on that next slide. We also have the Multicultural Achievement Program and Leadership and Distinguished Scholars Awards. And these are going to be based more on the information you provide in your application through the essay and activity list. So another good reason to really put some thought into those. With the Multicultural Achievement Program, we're looking for students who are really actively engaged in their community and who have seen a need in their community and are taking steps to address that. So if you have an experience you feel would qualify you for this award, you're welcome to write your application essay about it. You're welcome to show it through your involvements on your activity list, or you can submit a supplemental essay as well. Departmental scholarships become available when students start to get into their major, and they're also sometimes available to incoming students as well. So if you have some ideas of what you want to study, it's a good idea to take a look at the department website and see what kind of awards they have available. We have two resources for private scholarships as well, the washboard.org and collegeboard.org. The washboard.org is to connect Washington students to Washington scholarship providers. So for all of you folks from in-state, that's going to be a great resource to you. And the collegeboard.org is open to all students across the country. I definitely encourage you to apply for private scholarships. Don't let thinking you might not get an award prevent you from applying. You never know what that outcome will be, and you might be surprised. So it's always worth applying to those awards. And we have our scholarship center here on campus as an additional resource for you. They maintain a list of awards available to Western students, and they can help you out with that process. So here's our summary of tuition and the cost of attendance for both Washington residents and out-of-state students. For Washington residents, tuition is $6,543 per year. We are the second lowest of the four-year universities. For out-of-state students, tuition is going to be $22,890. So this is where I'll tell you a bit more about those out-of-state scholarships, and feel free to ask questions about that in the chat as well. So like I said earlier, Western does participate in WUI, the Western Undergraduate Exchange. So students come from member states will automatically be considered for this scholarship. If we see when you fill out your address, you're coming from one of those states, you'll automatically get reviewed for this. And it's valued at around $13,000 per year. Rather than paying the out-of-state tuition cost, you would be paying 150% of in-state tuition. WUI is a competitive merit-based scholarship. We have other scholarships designed for out-of-state students as well. We have the Western Award for Excellence, which awards $8,000 per year for 4 years, and the Western Achievement Award, which is $6,000 per year for 4 years. These are available to students from non-WUI member states or from students from WUI states who don't quite meet the qualifications for WUI. We have scholarships available to Washington residents as well. So if you want to hear more about that, feel free to let us know through the chat and we can provide you some links. Fees cover access to the Student Health Center, the Recreation Center, student technology fee. It covers the transportation fee, which provides you with a bus pass on your student ID card. All of those are lumped under that one number. And then housing and meals if you choose to live on campus. Students are not required to live on campus their first year or any year. So this is up to you, but we certainly encourage first year students to live on campus. It's a great way to start building your community here right away. And this number 12,036 is based on a double occupancy room. So you have one roommate. And the top there, those are your direct costs. These are the costs that are billed directly to you from Western, and they're a set number. On the second half of this chart, we have your indirect costs. So textbooks, transportation, personal costs. These are the costs that you have control over, and they're going to vary from student to student. That personal cost, for example, if you are going out and eating all of the great food we have in Bellingham, that personal cost might be a bit higher. But we have those there as an estimate for you to give your total cost of attendance. So you have an idea of what to expect, and then you can use that number and work backwards to see how your financial aid and scholarships will impact that number. I have some information about our honors program here at Western as well. And I know when students hear honors program, they might think, oh, that's only for students who have a 4.0 GPA, but that's really not the case here. The honors program does not have a minimum GPA that they look for. They're not looking for a certain score on the ACT, SAT. Instead, what they want to see is a curious and engaged student. So if you really enjoy small discussion-based courses, and if you have a lot to add to that classroom conversation, I really encourage you to look into honors. And they will be having an information session today at 3 p.m., which I really encourage you to attend. You can learn more about honors, the application process, and curriculum. There's a rigorous academic aspect with honors as well. You can complete some of your GURs, general university requirements, through honors, but there's also that communal aspect. So this picture actually shows Eden's Hall. This building houses our honors residential community, so you can live with other honors students. They have some really cool study abroad opportunities for honors. So it's a really great program, both through academics and for a great community. You'll want to keep an eye on those deadlines as well. So if you're planning to apply to honors, that'll be a separate application. You'll send a sample of your best written work, like an academic paper for class, as well as a short essay on why you want to be in the honors program. They'll use your admissions application materials in that decision. So while you don't have to be admitted to Western to apply to honors, you do have to have already applied to Western. So you can submit your Western application and then start applying to honors. That reached the end here of my PowerPoint. I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. I certainly wish I could be meeting all of you in person and seeing all of your faces, but I'm really glad that you're still here and we were able to connect virtually. We have more events throughout the rest of the day that I hope you'll attend. We're having a student panel, a housing tour, like I said earlier, the essay workshop and honors workshop, as well as a program on how to navigate college resources. So I really hope you'll attend some of those. We have some extra time, so I will open up the chat and see what kind of questions we have to start answering those questions for you as a bit of a live Q&A. I also want to say, actually, so contact us there. You can see our admissions website. This is not the only day that we have virtual options. We have virtual options every weekday. So whether you want to video chat one-on-one with an admissions counselor or take a virtual tour of campus, we always have virtual options available. So you can always connect with us even after the event. We are here to be a resource to you. And here I will start pulling some questions from the chat. Looks like we're getting a lot of questions about WUI. So what are some of the specific requirements for the WUI scholarship? So again, that's going to be an academic, a merit-based award. So it's going to be based on your GPA. Typically, it's also based on test scores, but this year, because some students may have test scores, some students may not, just going to be based on GPA, unweighted GPA. And the typical recipient of WUI has a 3.9 GPA. We also have the Western Award for Excellence, which students typically have around a 3.7 or 3.8, and the Western Award for Excellence awards $8,000 per year for 4 years. And we also have the Western Achievement Award, so students have around a 3.6 GPA, and this is $6,000 per year for 4 years. Again, there's nothing extra you have to do when you apply to be considered for these awards. If we see when you fill out your address, you're coming from either a WUI member state or from out of state, you automatically get reviewed for these. Yep, and students will automatically get considered for WUI. Okay, here's a great question as well. How do you send letters of recommendation? So you can have recommenders email them to us. You can either have them sent to the specific admissions counselors. So we divide up the geographic areas that we work with students from specific areas. So you can have them send it to your admissions counselor, or you can also just send it to admissions@ww.edu, that email address there, and we can get it connected to your application. Oh, here's a fun question that I love to talk about. So do you guys have a band? And I say, as a former band kid, I loved band all through high school. This is one of my favorite things to talk about. Unfortunately, Western does not have a marching band, which I know to some folks here, that's going to be really disappointing. It was a bummer for me to find that out, but we do have Viking bands. That's going to be our pep band that plays at different sporting events and events on campus. I was in it when I was a student at Western. It is super fun and a great way to keep playing your instrument. If you're looking for more classical groups to be involved in as well, we have a concert, a symphonic band, as well as ensembles. There's going to be audition based, but you don't have to be a music student to be involved in this. So they are open to all students. Whether you want to be in Viking band or one of the smaller ensembles or concert bands, there's plenty of opportunities to be involved in music. Let's see, here's a question. Do you guys have a baseball team? We have a club baseball team, so that's a great way to get involved. Let's see here. We have a lot of questions, which I love. Thank you so much for sending those questions in. We have a question here. Are we able to visit campus in person at present? So we're not running any in-person tours right now. We're hoping in the future we'll be able to host you on campus. And if you'd like, you can actually sign up to be notified when we are hosting in-person tours again. So you can be one of the first to sign up. All right, so it looks like we're getting a lot of questions about pre-med and pre-vet. So I want to tell you a bit more about those pre-professional pathways. So like I said earlier, we do not have a specific pre-med major. We do not have a specific pre-vet major. It's common for those students to study something in the sciences, whether it's chemistry, biology, environmental studies, even. It's really up to you. But the pre-professional pathway is there. So you get targeted advising from day one through our Career Services Center. We have pre-med advising as well as grad school advising. So they can help you with making sure you're completing those prerequisite courses, whether that's if you're going into med school, some chemistry and bio courses, anatomy. They're there to make sure you are creating that course of study. So the long-term, looking ahead at what classes you'll take, make sure you get those done, as well as talk to you about ways to expand upon your application outside of coursework. So talk to you about, are you getting involved in research? Are you doing internships? Are you shadowing or volunteering? They're there to be that all-around resource. And even after you graduate from Western, perhaps you take a year off before you apply to grad school, medical school, vet school, law school. Even after you graduate, you can still go back to the Career Services Center, the pre-healthcare advisors, and have them ask them questions about the application process. They're still there to be a resource to you. So we don't have a pre-vet major, but the pathway is there instead. So you can study whatever it is you like. The pathway is there to make sure you're on track for that. Oh, here's another question. This is a really great question as well. Can I apply via the Common App? So we're not on the Common App or the Coalition app. We do have our own separate application, which you can find on our admissions website. Let's see, we're getting a lot of questions here. What is the wrestling program at Western? So we do have a wrestling team. That's going to be another one of our club sports, but you can definitely get involved with that. Oh, and here's the question. Does you have an ultimate Frisbee team? We do. So that's something you can get involved in and find other folks who are in ultimate Frisbee. That's a great way to get connected. We do also have a hockey team. That's going to be another one of our club sports. Oh, here's a great question as well. So direct major admission is a separate application. So that's a great thing to talk about. We do not offer direct admission into the program, so that is going to be a separate application. So when you apply on the application, you can mark down some of your academic interest to say what you're interested in studying, what your kind of plan is. But if you decide to change your major on, that's okay. If you're undecided when you apply, that's okay too. Undecided is actually our most common major for incoming students, so you will be in good company. And then once you start working on your prerequisites, then you'll apply to your specific major. So we don't do direct admission to the major. That's going to be an additional application. Let's see. I have lots of questions here in the chat. I need to expand the chat box so I can see them all. There we go. Oh, here's a really cool question, actually. I was just wondering how the university is working to be environmentally friendly. That's a great question. One major step that was taken about 6 years ago now, actually not 10, about I think 6 years ago now, is we banned all the sale of all plastic disposable water bottles on campus. We have water bottle fill-up stations. It's good water too. Some people, care about the water quality, but it's really good water, nice and cold. So we don't sell plastic water bottles on campus. So if you do come visit campus, make sure you bring your water bottle. You can fill it up on a few spots on campus. We also have composting around campus as well. We want to make sure that's easy for you. There's composting in the residence halls, as well as, of course, garbage and recycling. And our in Huxley building as well, they have Huxley has that building, excuse me, getting ahead of myself, that building houses our environmental science department and all of those programs and labs. And they have solar panels on the top as well. It used to actually be our least environmentally friendly building, unfortunately, but they've been taking steps, especially with that building, to make it more sustainable. And it's a continuous process. This isn't something that we are done with. This is something that we will be continuing to do, is work on how we can make our campus more sustainable and more environmentally friendly. What are the policies regarding gap year deferment? That's a great question as well. So we do offer gap years to students. You have to have confirmed your enrollment to be eligible for that gap year. So you do have to have paid that $280 enrollment or $300, excuse me, enrollment confirmation fee. But once you've paid that, if you decide you would like to take a gap year, you can submit us a gap year request form. With that, you'll fill out what your plans for the gap year are, what quarter you'd like to defer to. And then what it works is, once your gap year is approved, we just roll all your information over to the next year. And if you have any scholarships, as long as there's still funding for those scholarships, you will still be receiving those awards the next year as well. Would you give an example of what the prompt is for an essay in the application? I can definitely do that. So we have 3 prompts. We have, what are your experiences with multiculturalism and diversity in your community? We have a prompt where you can write about an experience or event that made you feel prepared for college, or the 3rd prompt is open-ended, write about whatever you like. So it's really up to you and your story, what it is you want to tell. Oh, here's another really great question as well. I'm a Running Start student. Do I apply as a transfer student? So if you're a Running Start student and all of your college credits were completed while you're still in high school, you'll apply as a first-year student. We have the first year and Running Start application, so that's what you'd use. The only time that you would count as a transfer student is if you took college classes after you graduated high school, with the exception of the summer immediately after your high school graduation. So if you graduate high school this June 2021 and take classes this summer and start at Western, you would still be a first-year student. But if you were to graduate high school in June 2021 and take classes fall and then apply, that's when you would become a transfer student. How is the food on campus? What are the options? So I love to talk about food, so I'm happy to tell you a bit about this question. We have 3 dining halls on campus, so that's where you can go have a meal plan, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They also have late night if you are up studying late. They have a salad bar, a few different options every night, so there'll be something there. And if you have dietary restrictions, you can also work with the chef to ensure that there's going to be options that are safe and healthy for you to eat each time. We also, like I said, have a bagel shop in the library. That's a very popular spot on campus. We have Starbucks, we have other coffee shop, 2 Subways, Pan Express, a pizza place, and we also have Vendors Row, which is one of my favorite places on campus to get a bite to eat. We have folks who run restaurants in Bellingham come to campus and set up, so you can get your lunch there as well. There is option for burritos, Indian food, Chinese food, and sometimes they rotate as well and bring in other folks to sell food, so that's a great spot. Here's another one. How are roommates chosen? So when you submitted your housing application and are working on getting housing, finding your roommate, you have a few options. You can mutually request somebody. So if you have a friend you want to live with, you both decide to live together, you can both request one another. And you do have to both put in that request. We don't want one person thinking you're going to be roommates and one person maybe planning to live with someone else. So make sure you both submit that request. You can also create your kind of profile through our housing portal to create a profile of what you like, and you can find someone that way, get matched up with someone, chat with them to see if you want to be roommates, or you can get assigned to someone as well. So a few options there. We have so many questions. I need to scroll down a bit so I can make sure I'm getting a good sampling of them. Are there mental health resources? That's a really important question to be asking as well. So we have our counseling center on campus. That's one place we have where you can go to, you can make an appointment to meet one-on-one with a counselor. So with them, you can figure out long-term options. They can do an assessment, see how you're doing, and figure out what you need. So whether that's a referral to see somebody off campus, or students can also participate in counseling through our graduate program in counseling. So you'll be doing counseling with the graduate students through their counseling clinic, but it's going to be overseen by professors as well. So that's a great option for students for low-cost counseling. Is WUI available for transfer students? So the Western Undergraduate Exchange, the Western Award for Excellence, and the Western Achievement Award are all only going to be available to first-year students. So that's something to keep in mind if you're deciding whether you want to start as a first year or transfer. Those awards are only available to first-year students. What does WW do to keep campus safe? Another really important question to be asking. So we have kind of a three-pronged approach to our campus safety. The first level is going to be green coats. These are student employees that work as campus safety officers. So in the evenings, they start patrolling campus all through the night into the morning. So they're present on campus. They work in pairs or threes. Do just be present on campus if you're studying late in the library or working on a lab project in the biology building late at night and you need someone to walk you home. You can give them a call. They'll come walk you or escort you home so you have someone there. We also have blue lights on campus. These are large kind of podiums or poles that you can go, and if you are feeling unsafe on campus, you can go and hit the button. You'll immediately be connected with an operator so someone knows where you are and you can talk to them and let them know what's going on. And we also have university police that are also available on campus and around campus. All right, let's see, what else do we have here? We have so many questions, which I'm very glad that you are asking those. Love getting some questions. Oh, another great question here. So thank you for sending this one in as well. What are some examples of accommodations for students with learning disorders at Western? So through that, you're going to be working with our DAC, the Disability Access Center. As opposed to in high school, whereas accommodations might be more led by the school, with the DAC, you're going to need to self-identify. So you'll need to go to them first. It's really important to establish that connection in the beginning of your time at Western. They have a new student form you can fill out, upload the proof of documentation, and they'll set up an appointment with you. So you can meet with them one-on-one to figure out what kind of accommodations you need and how to get that set up. Some common accommodations are note takers in class or additional times with testing, but every student's going to need a different accommodation, so there's no one size fits all. So they'll work with you on that individual basis to make sure you're getting the accommodations you need. And they work really in a partnership with the students. So it's really important to make that connection with them when you start. All right, what else? We're getting, I can't keep track with all the questions. There's so many. Let's see here. Is there a tennis club or recreational tennis league available to WW students? Yep, so we do have a club tennis team as well that you can get connected with. We do have tennis courts on campus as well, so that's another thing that will be available. Let's see here. What is the math requirement for admission? So we require either students take math their senior year of high school, or if you've already completed Algebra 2, then you're exempt from that senior year requirement. Of course, completing math beyond Algebra 2 is going to make you even more competitive for admission, but students completing Algebra 2 or taking math their senior year is that kind of base requirement. It looks like we are at 11:58. I have lost track of time here. So many great questions. Again, we have some other resources. We do have resources, but we have other events throughout the rest of this day as well. So we have a student panel, a housing tour, an essay workshop, which if you're worried about the essay, really encourage you to go to that essay workshop, as well as navigating college resources. So this is going to be an overview of all of those support resources we have on campus. Really encourage you to consider attending that. We also have an honor session. These are all going to be at 3 p.m. So make sure you do log in and attend this. It's going to be a great way to learn more. And I hope I might see some of you in our Zoom breakout rooms later if you'd like to chat with an admissions counselor. Thank you again so much for being here, for taking the time today, and we will hopefully see you later. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their virtual preview day. And also want to say a huge thank you to Claudia, Francis, and Rebecca and Ali in the chat for responding to your questions. They're the folks that have been answering those questions and sending you links. So huge shout out, huge thank you to them for all of those great resources.
Hey everybody who's still hanging out here. My name is Allie Willis, she, her pronouns. I work here in the admissions department at Western. I want to thank you all for hanging out with us and just show you a little bit of what else you can be doing here today. So this is our virtual fall preview day page, which you can find at admissions.ww.edu/VFPD. You also probably got several emails about it. So in addition to being able to see this live feed here all day, you can also be exploring research sources on this page. If you want to check out some of the other events that we're having today, you can click on these buttons to do things like join the Q&A we're going to have at 1 o'clock. Click this one to join the virtual campus tour. You'll actually be in the same webinar. So if you want to go to the Q&A, you'll already be in the right place for the virtual campus tour and the student panel. But all day long, you can be clicking these buttons to bounce into different Zoom webinars so that you can get information from all of our fantastic campus partners. One other really cool thing I want to show you is that all day from 9 to 5, you can meet a student or admissions counselor, which is really, really cool. You can hang out here and see some of the student hosts and some of the professional staff that we have on deck waiting to meet you. And when you join a session, you can tell the host there who you would actually like to talk to if there's someone there with similar interests. Also throughout the day, we have all of these things you can watch anytime, really cool videos, hear why some of our favorite students picked Western, explore the really cool things. I want to show you my favorite video is this new Lakewood one we did. This is our campus boathouse, and it just like feels like you're out on a sailboat for the day. So with that, please have fun, enjoy all of these resources. Just wanted to let you know that we will not be holding any more events in this session. So if you want to head back to this page again at admissions.ww.edu/VFPD to find more resources there. Thanks, y'all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to virtual fall preview day. My name is Robert Stolzberg. I am an admissions counselor at Western Washington University. Welcome to Western, and additionally, welcome to my apartment in beautiful Bellingham, Washington. A little bit about myself before we pass it along to our smart and talented and wonderful Western staff members who are joining us here today. Like I mentioned, I'm a admissions counselor at Western. I work specifically with students from Alaska, Oregon, and Southwest Washington. So if you're from any of those places, hit me up, let me know. I'm also a Western graduate myself. I attended Western from 2010 to 2014. I double majored in Spanish and linguistics. I minored in teaching English as a second language, spent a couple of years living in Spain, teaching English, and am now back here in beautiful Bellingham. Not originally Washingtonian. I grew up in Fairbanks, Alaska. So once again, if you are from Alaska and you are out there, let me know. Like I mentioned, we are joined today by a lot of awesome folks from around campus who I'm going to let introduce themselves shortly. Basically, what we are here to do today is to answer any and all questions that you have about Western, the application process, student life, academics, anything that's on your mind to help you all out in the college search process. So I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves before we get on to questions. Let's go ahead and start out with Cesar. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Cesar Mezquita, bienvenidos todos, Director of Admissions here at Western, and I work with students from everywhere. I often like to say I enjoy having conversations with students and families from whichever background, geographic areas, and here to help and hopefully give a little bit of information to help you remain informed in this college search process. Thanks for being here.
Great. Thank you, Cesar. Next up, let's hear from Megan.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Megan Bryson. I use she, her pronouns. I work in the Academic Advising Center. I'm the assistant director there. And our work is with students, helping them plan their academics, figure out what major or minor or all of the above, and build that plan towards graduation. And I am also a Western alum. I graduated both with my undergrad and graduate degrees from Western. And I'm from the Olympic Peninsula, from Port Angeles, and I was a transfer student to Western. So have that experience of coming from the Washington State two-year college system. So happy to be here today. Thank you.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Megan. Let's hear next from Casey.
Hey, everybody. It's Casey Hayden, Assistant Director for Student Activities, he, him, his pronouns for me. And it's great to sort of be with you. I'm excited to do this and get to hear some great questions. So I work in student activities in the Viking Union, get to work with amazing student leaders and student organizations who are doing awesome stuff on campus. And that's always new and fun. And yeah, from Louisiana originally, went to undergrad in Mississippi State University, the Bulldogs, not the Ole Miss Rebels, very different. And then I did some student life stuff and residence life, Cal State Northridge in LA and Santa Barbara, and then came up here for graduate school to Bellingham to Woodring College and got the master's here in student affairs, and then stuck around because it's a wonderful place to be. So great to be with you. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Casey. And last but not least, let's hear from Tina.
Thanks, Robert. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be joining you in this virtual session. My name is Tina Castillo. I use she, her pronouns, and I am one of the admissions counselors at Western Washington University. I work mostly with our local students in Whatcom and Skagit counties, and I also work with students and families from the state of Colorado. So I talked to a couple of you already, but if you're from Colorado, I would love to connect with you one-on-one at a later time. But really excited to be here. I did not attend Western, but I did study psychology as my academic major, and I grew up in the Skagit Valley in Mount Vernon, Washington, so just a half hour from campus. Really excited to connect with you all and take your questions. Thanks for having me.
Great. Thank you so much, Tina. And speaking of taking your questions, we're going to go ahead and just jump right into the questions today. First question is going to be for Cesar. Cesar, could you talk a little bit about how close are students and staff at Western? Do professors know their students well? Do students know their professors well? What does that relationship look like here?
Wow. I invite everybody on the panel over here to weigh in a little bit, because each of our perspectives, whether we're working on the academic advising side of things or in housing, or certainly Tina, also one of my admission colleagues, it is with every community, right? You think about a relationship establishment as a two-way street, right? And you talk about a community of some 15, 16,000 learners, where you will have ample opportunity to connect with your fellow students, with folks on the student services side of things, such as academic advising or in housing, as the examples of the colleagues we have here today, as well as with the professors. You ultimately start a university experience with the goal, most people start with the goal of getting a university degree, perhaps continuing on to get that degree, getting a master's, or continuing on in their career. And because the Western experience is one where most of our classes are not taught by graduate students, they're taught by people with the terminal degree, the master's in fine arts, the PhDs in their areas. These are individuals who are here to teach. They are here to provide the instruction for students in that classroom setting, in the area of expertise in which they operate. And they are thrilled to be engaging with students when they impart that knowledge, when they engage in the discovery of those disciplines. And it's one that I cannot speak highly enough of how our students and our faculty connect with one another here at Western. It is quite something. But truly, I invite Casey and Megan and Tina to add a little bit more to this question, which comes up rather often when we make a distinction between Western and other institutions. Megan, I will go to you first, then Casey.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as a transfer student coming from a small campus, I had that as a value of wanting to make sure that I still had that. So that was a part of my decision in transferring to Western, and had the ability to have a really tight-knit cohort of students, both in my undergrad. I majored in human services, and then Casey and I were actually in graduate school together. So had again a really great cohort experience there. Still connected to friends and former students and previous faculty. So I think that is what's really great, especially when you get into that major and have that connection with the peers that are in your other classes, as well as with your faculty, whether that's working on research or helping navigate to find an internship. Just a lot of really incredible experiences, both small groups, peer-to-peer, but also with professors. And then I would say with staff, I'll let Casey talk around the student activity side of things too, but definitely from the academic side, we hear that from a lot of students as they appreciate the community that they built. We hear that word a lot, the communities, right? Multiple communities that students have been able to create and be a part of. And yeah, so, Casey, do you want to hand it off to you?
Okay. Yeah, I just ditto and echo a lot of what's been said. I would add in that I've seen that very many times where our faculty have been very involved in student organizations and partnering and helping progress movements and policy change and things like that. And so even when faculty are not just in their classroom or in their office hours with students, there are a lot of engaged faculty who will go that extra mile and be engaged all the time. And there's, we think we do a pretty good job as staff, I think, connecting with students. And so, every once in a while I'm a little jealous. I'm like, wait, you have that good of a relationship with your faculty? I thought it was me. So no, I'm just kidding. But I think that, it just goes to show. And I think that plus the undergraduate research opportunities that Megan and Cesar were talking about are really abound at Western. And it's really what you make of it. Faculty are there with open arms and for the most part, really wanting to work with students. And it's, the energy you put in, it will be well received.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, everyone, for your insight and feedback on that area. We have another academic type question. We're going to go back to Megan for this one. Megan, when do applicants apply for specific departments? Do they do it now while they're applying to Western? Do they do it when they're already at Western? What does that look like for new incoming students?
Great question. First, kudos to you for starting to think about a major. We're seeing more and more incoming students coming in with credit, whether you're a first-year student, transfer student, whether that's AP, college and high school, running start, any kind of dual enrollment. So starting to think about a major is a great thing. Also know if you're undecided, that is a great place to be too. There's tons of resources to help you explore. The Career Services website, along with our academic advising website, we have sections dedicated to exploring majors, and we actually have a video on our website that you can click on that teaches you about how do I declare a major. And I think that's the one really important thing to know, is that every major is a little bit different. Do you have to apply to your major before you get to Western? Not necessarily. However, in many cases, there are some things that you can do before you even get to Western to start planning for that. So for example, if you are participating in a Running Start program, you want to do something that's maybe STEM related, science, technology, engineering, and math, maybe having a solid math foundation before you come to Western is an example of one thing. So Kristen posted in the chat, one of my advising colleagues, a link to our programs of study, which are in our catalog. So Western lists all majors and minors in there for you to take a look at and find out. Nice overview of the major. Who do I get in contact with? What are those steps to declare? And it also will tell you when, if there's any specific time frame to keep in mind to apply for that major. So never too early to start to look at what it is that you might want to major in. Know you can change your mind. Know we're here to help as a resource. So again, programs of study in that catalog.
Awesome, great, thank you, Megan. And Megan mentioned the chat, and I'd be remiss to not point out, yeah, certainly feel free, all of those of you who are here attending, please do share the questions that you have in the chat. Keep an eye on it. We have a lot of off-camera talent right now, sharing links and answering questions in the chat as well. So definitely keep one eye on that while you are enjoying the on-camera talent here as well. Cesar, our next question is for you. If someone asks, how is Western handling COVID-19? Are there lots of students testing positive? Are classes in person or online? What does this all look like right now at Western?
Yeah, this is another instance where I really invite perhaps even Casey, who's got exposure to some of the things that we're doing on the residence hall side of things. But as it relates to new cases, not a lot. The last time that I looked at the dashboard, we do have a couple of cases actually, I think, that have been monitored or at least been featured on the dashboard. So for those who want specific information, if you go land on our homepage, there is a COVID-19 response page that gets into the, excuse me, not COVID, by the way, get to the specifics of how Western is responding, everything from providing of resources for faculty, staff, and students on how to navigate campus in a healthy manner. Because we have to remember that it's not just students who live in the residence hall, it's actually students who come in and live off campus who may be using of our facilities. And that dovetails to the second part of the question, which is the facilities are being monitored and managed in a way that is, first of all, absolutely is in line with public health safety guidelines by the state and the county. Remember that each county in the state of Washington is at different phases depending on the number of cases that are being tracked, as well as the facilities in the medical establishments here in our hospitals. So here at Western, you have certain facilities that are being open for student utilization, such as our dining hall facilities, such as our residence halls where the students are living in. There are some classrooms that are also being opened up, some lab sections, as well as some of the performing and fine arts that would be very hard for you to do in a virtual setting. There is also some aspects of how do you enter a building, the entry and the egress into a building, so you can manage aspects of the physical spacing and the physical distancing, all the way through to providing more specific resources such as masks and cleaning supplies so that students can also be navigating their own space wherever they are in the residence hall facility as well as in the classroom environment to do it in a safe manner. So the dashboard is available for all to utilize. Again, I invite Casey and perhaps even Megan who've had perhaps a little bit more information to share in the space. Casey, would you first, please?
Sure. Thanks, Cesar. You did a great job with that. I wouldn't have much more to add, but yeah, we've only had, I think, 4 positives out of probably been now over 3,000 tests that have happened. So really the percentage is so low, and you can definitely track and see all that information at the website, and that got put in the comments, a few comments back there, the coronavirus information. And yeah, I would echo, the campus is doing a great job of being really thoughtful. We have a procedure for departments and buildings that want to reopen to put in a plan, and it gets reviewed by environmental health and safety. And it's all very, very smart, methodical. And the Viking Union, the building I normally work in when I'm not at home or at a virtual Red Square, is going to reopen soon as well. We actually have already opened up for a flu clinic, and there's going to be some lounge space, that because we're hearing from students that they need some just study space, and we've found ways to open that up in a safe way where there'll be lots of physical distancing and clarity with signage, and we'll have greeters at the door and that sort of thing. So we're really prepared to do that, and excited to do that. We're looking forward to getting that going. And in terms of activities and residence halls, we've been doing drive-in movies. We've been doing some fun things. We've got some more stuff in the works for Halloween that hasn't even been announced yet. Fun way to get some students out doing some little hunting of goodies and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of creativity going out there right now that associated students and other, like our peer health educators and others around the campus who have these student leadership roles are coming up with all kinds of new ways to engage, trivia contests and all kinds of fun activities. So yeah, there's a lot of adaptation happening, and really think in a really thoughtful way that's keeping our numbers really low.
I did a poor job of answering the third part of that question, and perhaps queuing up Megan over here with regards to what the classroom instruction is going to look like, Megan. And we just received news of what the winter term is going to look like. So this is perhaps a perfect cue for you.
Yeah, thanks, Cesar. You read my mind. So yes, I would say, I just to second what's been said around the transparency of information and what's on the website. I find that Western has done an incredible job with posting that. The dashboard is really, really helpful. And there's just tons of resources online as well. So there's also a fall guide that Western has. So if I'm a student and I might be wondering if a particular service or available is there, in one space I can go and navigate that. Students find that incredibly helpful. I know our advisors do as well. So that's one thing that I think has been really great, is to be Western has been proactive around helping students understand, are these offices open? So we heard Casey say the VU is going to be opening soon. Our team of advisors, we're not going to head back to campus yet. We've actually found that we can do still our job. We missed seeing people in person, but with the ability to use technology and Zoom and sharing screens, we can still help students with academic planning and graduation tracking and all sorts of different things in a virtual way. And as have many other academic departments, I've been incredibly impressed with how creative various departments have been in terms of reaching out, connecting with students, the ability to schedule an appointment online and then meet with that advisor either in Zoom or Teams or over the phone, whatever modality works best for the student. So I think that's been one thing as we moved to a remote environment back in March. So many support services and advisors are still here to support students along their academic pathway. And moving into winter quarter, we got the announcement yesterday afternoon that Western's modalities for delivery in terms of how we're offering and students are participating in coursework will feel very, very similar to this current term. And those decisions were made with keeping health and safety at the paramount there. So I haven't noticed if it's been in the chat, but I know that there was an announcement in Western today. So if you're curious about what that looks like in more depth, you can definitely check that out if that is something you're curious about.
Great, thank you for that thorough answer, Megan. And Megan, I'm going to keep picking on you, so feel free to turn your microphone back on. We have a question about international exchanges, specifically where can prospective students find more information about international exchanges and having that sort of experience while at Western?
Such a great question. I will say departments that have done an awesome job of moving virtual is Education Abroad. That office has, they have like virtual office spaces. It's super fun. So if you go to it's studyabroad.ww.edu, I think it was posted earlier in the chat. They have some really great resources about what's happening right now, what are options for students, tons of resources online. They normally every day in an in-person environment offer daily info sessions. Those have been recorded, they're online, and their staff are really, really available to talk with students about what opportunities exist now. And different conferences that they're having. They have some great student profiles, and then different ways that students can plan ahead. So it's one thing, I think if study abroad were here, they would say that's one thing you need to do is really plan ahead. Oftentimes it takes a whole year in advance to start thinking about because of the number of requirements and steps that need to take part in that. So definitely check out the Education Abroad website. Lots of great resources there.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Megan. Yeah, Education Abroad is just knocking it out of the park right now. And I would say now is not a bad time to be a year or two away from your study abroad experience. So starting early, great piece of advice. Megan, one more Megan type question for you. Is pre-law a major at Western? What does pre-med look like? What does pre-vet look like? How do those pre-professional pathways work here?
Yeah, great question, and really popular tracks. So I will say first, Western doesn't offer any pre-med, pre-vet, pre-physical therapy, pre-OT majors. However, most of those grad schools don't require that you major in anything specific. What they require is a set of prerequisites. So as an example, for pre-med, you're going to need some prerequisite courses, including calculus and biology and chemistry, and a number of other classes. So really you can major in anything as long as you have those prerequisites established. I saw in the chat, Jean posted links to some information about our pre-professional pathways. And we also have some advisors that are hosted out of our Career Services Center who help students along that. So who can help make sure that they're meeting those requirements to apply to graduate schools. They help with students actually when it's time to apply. They can assist with interviewing or putting your application together, all kind of start to finish. So again, Career Services website's a great resource for that. You can major in anything. Yeah, great question. Really, really popular. We know that a lot of students go on to all sorts of various pre-professional pathways after graduating from Western.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Joe Golden put in the chat, but just for anyone who didn't see it, if you are sharing questions in the chat, we ask that you change your settings to sending your chats to all panelists and attendees so that other people attending can see what your questions are and benefit from those answers as well. So we thank you for doing that. Next question is going to go to Tina. Tina, we have a question from a student who says, I want to apply to Western, but I couldn't take the SAT. What do I do?
Yeah, so because of COVID-19, we have waived the SAT and ACT test requirement for 2021 applications. So you can apply to Western if you're submitting an application for any term in 2021 without an SAT or ACT test score. We haven't yet made a decision on future test score requirements for future applications, but for 2021, it is waived, and that will not disadvantage you in terms of your review for admissions and scholarships. So don't worry if you are not submitting a test score. We will be looking at your academic transcript, you know, the courses that you completed and your overall GPA to help determine admission and of course to award merit-based scholarships. And that also includes the Western Undergraduate Exchange WUI. So in the past, that scholarship was awarded based on GPA and test scores. However, we are still awarding it if students do not have test scores, so it would just be reviewed on their GPA. So we definitely welcome more questions about that, and students can always ask me if they have additional questions. But no test scores for 2021 applications because of COVID-19.
Thank you, Tina. Robert, if I may, I just want to add, a couple of because this is the topic right now for a lot of families is what is going on with the test optional landscape. With regards to 2022 and beyond, Tina correctly said that officially right now, just for the 21 cycle, we're on the cusp of making an announcement before the end of the month with regards to the 2022 cycles and beyond. So we will get that information out to those current high school juniors or those who are interested in the entry term 2022. So update coming on that. Two of the big things though from a national landscape that come up is how confusing it is for students and families in navigating which each college is doing. There are many schools like Western that have made that commitment to be either test optional or test blind, but even getting into the nuances of what that means. And there are, so understanding like what is test optional versus test blind being, for example, that even if you send it in, it will not even be considered in your file. So don't even bother sending it in. So those kinds of distinctions are important for you, students and family members, to be engaged with the communication from those schools that the students are interested in. It's a big deal right now. There are schools that also are doing some things that are very interesting when they say they're test optional, but then they're asking for students to submit additional letters of recommendation, additional writing samples of things of that nature. That is worth noting as well. Western is not going to be doing that from an admissions perspective, but if you are interested in some of our programs like honors program, having a test score, having an additional essay to be submitted as part of that selection process will still be part and parcel for what they're doing there. So that is really the piece that I want to leave. And the last one there with regard to, again, a broader conversation is a lot of family members asking me straight up, without the SAT, how will my students stand out from everyone else? And I said, well, I can see how you think that the SAT might be such an incredible marker, right? If your student is a high achieving and gets these really, really high test scores, but stepping away from that piece of the SAT, wouldn't you say that your student probably has a lot of features about their personality, about their identity, about their community, about their activities that they've engaged in within the school, within their community, within their family experience, that they could write about it, they could talk about it to an admission counselor? So try to focus a little less on the SAT and stop and look and see, what is it about my student? What is it about my experience as a student that I can say, showcase in an essay, showcase in an interview, showcase in a personal statement that would make me stand out in the mindset of that admission counselor who's reviewing my file? So a few additional notes there for you all to consider as you navigate, as we all navigate this new environment of the test optional landscape.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you, Cesar. Next question is for Casey. I'm very excited to hear Casey's answer to this one. Casey, what are some of the coolest clubs at Western?
Oh boy, that's, how can you ask? Oh, coolest clubs. I don't know. I'll pick a few out. This is going to get me in trouble, talking about just some, hey, pick children, yeah. One that comes to mind that's just been around a really long time and has an amazing history is the Dead Parrot Society, our improv comedy group, because it's just such a wonderful, improv comedy is big in this region. And then with us having Ryan Stiles as a local and the Upfront Theater here in town, there's quite a community for improv comedy. And so the Dead Parrot Society has really been able to make connections and go on and do competitions nationally and win. And then members have actually, Rashawn Scott, one of our amazing alums, is on television now after doing Second City stuff in Chicago and did, Dead Parrots. And so it's just, that one really stands out, and they do a lot for the campus, where they do weekly performances, and they're always packed and super fun time. So, that's pretty cool. That's pretty great. We have so many great performance clubs. So many dance clubs, so many, don't get me started. I'll just have to list everything. But our arts, music, and dance category, definitely just go to win.ww.edu, Western Involvement Network, and you can browse all these clubs, and you'll see that there's so many amazing ones. I've got to mention the Ethnic Student Center. The 19 Ethnic Student Center clubs that are there are amazing home away from home for a lot of students, and put on amazing events and hold spaces in there. And there's a lot of active spaces being held right now virtually to keep connections and community going. So those clubs are always, very, very visible on campus and doing awesome stuff. And then I just have to, actually the Neuroscience Club stands out too. They have a great name, NERDS, Neuroscience Engaged Research Driven Students is what it stands for. And they have great, branding, and they're always, lighthearted and fun. And they have a amazing, our neuroscience program is amazing, as it's one of our standout programs. And so they end up getting to go to a conference and present, and they're probably one of the most engaged undergrad programs that when they go to that conference, there's hardly any other undergrads there, but the club really makes that happen. And so it's pretty exciting. So anyway, I could talk forever about this, but thanks for the question.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a great answer, Casey. The correct answer was the Western Washington University Wyverns Quidditch team, but that was a great answer as well.
Best mascot. I mean, we should steal that mascot and make it Western's mascot. The Western Wyverns, love it.
Absolutely, we can. I'll send you an invoice. We can talk compensation. Next question, we're gonna go to the admission side of things. Question for Tina, and then certainly Cesar, feel free to jump in and share as well. Tina, what is your favorite thing to read in an application essay?
My favorite thing, well, so the application essay is my favorite piece of the application as a whole, because, you know, an application is a multitude of different pieces, like the transcript, test scores. But the essay is my favorite part of the application to read because it really gives me an insight, sort of a direct link to the student, and humanizes the application itself. So, you know, we do look closely at the transcript and we see the courses, and, you know, before 2021, you know, we saw the test scores. We might still see test scores this year. But the essay is really where the student shines and humanizes the application. And, you know, I really feel very humbled and very thankful for the generosity in students who write these really wonderful, insightful, beautiful, and sometimes vulnerable essays. And they really do cover a multitude of topics, some talking about really, you know, a personal event that happened, or maybe a lesson learned, or maybe a wonderful and exciting trip that changed their life, or someone who inspired them, whether it's a family member, a friend, or a teacher. You know, I compare it to a job interview. When you apply for a job and you send your resume, and they like what they see, so they call you in for a job interview because they want to see who the person is behind the resume. So the personal statement is like that. And so most students do respond to one of our 3 optional essay questions, which is describe a meaningful experience and how it's helped shape you in your preparation for college. So I really love hearing about stories about meaningful experiences or events that have really helped shape people's lives, and talking about their future and their goals. So they're pretty fun to read. Some can be pretty challenging, and, you know, because they're talking about some heavy stuff, but that's okay too, because those are things that make us human. And, you know, we're looking for those sort of insights of what is going to make a student successful at the college level. And sometimes it's not all, you know, wins and, you know, positive things. Sometimes it is those hard times, those challenging times where we're showing resiliency and grit and determination. That's really going to help, you know, us be successful at that next level. So that's my favorite piece. And definitely look forward to going into this new cycle again to read more application essays.
Yeah, and Cesar, feel free to, as someone who works with a lot of essays as well, feel free to add to that if you have any further insight.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Tina did a fantastic job there. So indeed, heed that, and then be true to yourself. Allow yourself to speak vulnerably if you feel you want to speak vulnerably, and to be able to showcase yourself in those 650, 700 words. So we love reading them. We really do.
Absolutely agreed. And shameless plug, at 3 o'clock West Coast time today, I'll be leading a session on how to write an outstanding application essay. It'll be a lot of fun, and hopefully you'll learn a lot. So hope to see some of you there as well. Next question, this is gonna be for everyone. We'll start with Cesar and go clockwise in the order that you all appear on my screen. What qualities about a student make them most likely to be successful at Western?
In order to allow plenty of time here for the different voices, somebody who is open to new possibilities. If you are, the other day I was having a conversation with a young man who was looking to move from a different part of the country. It almost doesn't matter where, but he was very reluctant to, and he was visiting here temporarily. He was visiting some friends, and he was really looking at transferring to our school, right? So I was having this very conversation with him about, you know, why do you think that this would be a good fit place for you? And I was challenging him a little bit because he had some aspects about his professional goals. He had aspects about his personal relationships, people who he knows here in the region. But at some point, he was very reluctant to doing things like exploring new foods, right? He lives very, very far away in the southeastern part of this country. And he was really reluctant to exploring new foods and getting to go out and meet different people and he had never seen the ocean before. And I understand that there might be some cultural overlays that may keep somebody to feel confident in exploring these things. But Western and this community where we live here, we're going to be facing a lot of we're going to be open ourselves up to a lot of new opportunities to meet people from different backgrounds, to have new experiences, to challenge the way that we've been thinking for so many years. And I think that that's going to be the likely person who's going to thrive the most if they are open to those possibilities. I welcome others as well. I know mine was kind of an ethereal question, but hopefully it made sense.
Yeah, Tina, if you would, if you'd like to add to that as you're next on the clockwise order on my screen.
I love what Cesar said, like being open to new possibilities. And I feel like to take that a step back, like to be open to that requires a bit of vulnerability or humbleness to understand, like, maybe I don't know the answer, and to take it one step further and reaching out to other people to get that answer, or maybe to reach out to someone who could point you in the direction that you need to go. Because that's definitely what helped in me be successful in college, was me reaching out to school services like the Academic Advising Center, the Counseling Center, or like the Ethnic Student Center, and being vulnerable and going to my professor's office hours, because they tell you, like, here's my office hours, come to my office. And you're kind of like, do they really mean it? They really mean it. So to show up and say, hey, I'm having trouble, really understanding, this assignment, can you help me with it? Or going to the Academic Advising Center and being like, I don't know what I want to do with my life and what I want to major in. And just knowing that the people who you are talking to, who are on the receiving end of that, are really glad that you're there and you're reaching out for help or assistance or guidance, and are going to give that to you. So really just, knowing that you're going to be in good hands, and you're in an environment, you're in a location that really encourages you to reach out for any help or assistance, I think is a big factor, and really helping a student be successful, because we don't do it alone. And definitely at Western, we do have that community aspect where we all want to pull.
Good. Yeah, Casey, anything to add to that?
I think I again want to echo a lot of what's been said. I think resilience has come up multiple times, and I think that's for any college student going anywhere, really. You're going to face new settings and new environments, and you're going to have those just life adjustment setbacks, and then having that ability to know I don't have to do it alone, and I can go get support, and the comfort in asking for support and being open to receiving it, but also having some of that internal drive to help you keep moving is important. It's a major life transition and a major change, and it's one that lots of people make successfully, and you can too. And just know that you're not doing it alone, and there's a lot of support here on campus, and just being open to that. And I think the open-mindedness, the curiosity, let those things carry you forward, like Cesar was talking about. Just really, and also just like, it's like the learning zone is at the edge of your comfort zone, right? If you're just sitting back and you're like, I'm here, I'm going to do what I got to do, but I'm going to try to stay really comfortable and not push myself, you're going to have missed out on a lot of what college has to offer. And so really push yourself, not outside the comfort zone, way out there where you're just going to shut down or want to check out and not come back to Western or whatever, but come up to the edge of it. And then you'll see that there's firm footing there too. And there's hands there that can support you. And if you have that kind of mentality, you're going to get way more out of your experience and be more successful, because you're going to have taken advantage of those support structures, and then you'll feel like you can challenge yourself more. So, yeah. If Megan has anything to add, or
Yeah, everything that's been said, I totally agree with. And I would say just to add some additional elements in terms of the academic success component as well. One thing we hear a lot from students in their first quarter is, I have all this free time, or like, I'm not doing as well as I thought I might. It's just this. So especially if you're coming from a high school experience, we know virtual high school is different than an in-person experience, but in that high school experience, your day is very prescribed from like 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning through the mid-afternoon. If you're involved in any kind of activity, like, and somebody knows where you're at and they're checking in on you. When you go to, whether it's Western or any other university, you'll have class at set times, but there's a lot of open time around that as well. And so setting yourself up with things like good old fashioned planner. Now it could be on your computer. Like you find different tools to help you plan and structure your time. And that is something where then fill in with all these other opportunities. That's okay, great. I'm going to check out the tutoring center services, 4 days a week at this specific time. Like, engage in other resources and activities, not just the academic side too, but find a structure for yourself. And I think that's one thing that we've seen in our office students be academically successful is when they create a structure for themselves. The beauty of that is you get to do that for yourself. That might be a little bit overwhelming. So there's folks here to help with that. But and then adding in everything that everybody else has said around connecting them with those resources or clubs or activities, or a lot of students have jobs on campus or off campus, which is great. So I think thinking about that, what are you going to do to build the structure for yourself, knowing that maybe, comparing it to, there's going to be a transition from the type of structure that you've had to what that's going to look like when you go to Western or any school.
Okay, thank you everyone for your feedback on that question. Megan, we're gonna bounce back to you with another academic type question. How can incoming students or prospective students find out how their particular AP, IB, or Running Start classes are gonna transfer to Western?
Love this question. Thanks for thinking ahead. So Western's admissions website has a great chart for AP and IB credit. Definitely check that out. It will help you understand whatever that is, what score you received, and how you would receive credit here at Western, whether that can be used for general university requirements, also known as our GURs, or placement for math, all sorts of different things. So really great resource there. And then if you've attended, I heard Running Start, Robert. So if you're looking at coming from Clark College and you have some credit, there's a transfer course equivalency guide also on the admissions website, which is super helpful. So you can look up any of the 2-year state schools in Washington, look up the class that you took, and look to see how it transfers to Western. Once we see you during your advising and orientation and registration experience, we will help you understand in full depth. You'll get your transfer equivalency report. That's down the road. But if you're interested in looking at it right now, definitely some great tools on the admissions website.
Great, thank you, Megan. Next question, we can bounce around with this one. I'll start with Casey because this might be most in your wheelhouse, but certainly feel free everyone to chime in. What are some student traditions here at Western?
Yeah, thanks for that. Great question. Student traditions. Well, we've got some great beginning of the year things that we usually do, and this year we had to do things very different, obviously. But our welcome week events are usually pretty amazing and fun. There's Paint Bellingham Blue, which actually went off really well virtually this year. Paint Bellingham Blue is a collaborative program, but mostly led by the Alumni Association, and we've got fireworks going off of the Herald Building downtown, and we've got students coming together and marching through from campus to downtown, and then there's all these lights around downtown on trees that stick around all fall quarter, and they into winter, and they're blue, and it's sort of like it welcomes our students back in a big way. And we still were able to do the lights, and we did a really cool video presentation with some some interviews, and that was great. But Welcome Week in fall is an event every night. The Viking Union has a huge late night event with, numbers of students that would make you nervous right now, but getting together, but 1,000 students. We're doing, we have, like I say, tons of great, exciting things happening during Welcome Week. There's also new traditions forming. There was one that we got together called Field Day at the end of it. It was in the springtime that we're just giving opportunity for students to come out and get out there and enjoy that spring weather when it comes back. There's also Lawn Stock, which is end of the year free concert on the lawn on our communications lawn, and students love that. That's been huge, and so that's a pretty big tradition now. And there's so many more. I mean, we have some really big games that are our athletics games. Whenever Central and Western play in basketball, it tends to be one of the biggest games of the year as well. And there's what am I forgetting? People help me out here. Jump in.
Big info fair in Red Square during Welcome Week is super fun. I think this past year, not 2020, but 2019, it was like half indoors, half on the Pack Plaza because it was raining. But typically we have nice weather during the first start of fall quarter. And so it's out at Red Square where Casey is virtually located right now. And so all of our over 250 student clubs, they set up a table kind of all around the Red Square circle. And it's just so fun. It's neat being on campus working in the admissions office to take a break and go walk through the fair. And students are just so excited. Of course, they're, enthusiastically waving at, new freshmen to come to their table and to sign up for their club. And people are handing out, I know all this sounds, really wild in COVID times, but, they're handing out pizza or, snacks or, bubbles, all kinds of random stuff. You could win prizes. And that's a lot of fun. It's just really great energy. And I love that all those connections are being made there. So the info fair is definitely one of my favorite things that happens.
Also, the Lowrider Show happens right here too. Metro, one of our student clubs, puts on a Lowrider Show annually, and it is one of the most amazing, fun things to come out to. I go every year. We've got lowriders from all around the region come out, super souped up with the switches, and we have hot contests with the cars, and so many awesome food vendors, and it's a really family-oriented community event, and that one is amazing that students can put that together, and so much work goes into that. It's one to not miss. There's a drag show every year. That's a pretty big one. We usually get that one sells out with like 600 people filling up the whole concert hall. And that's just amazing drag show performance with lots of fun. It's a fundraiser as well. So some of those bigger annual events are pretty amazing. There's Harry Potter Club puts on a Yule Ball every year and stuff like that. So there's just definitely some amazing annual events.
Well, let me also add one that stands out to me because I'm a relatively new addition to Western family is the sense of activism and social engagement in our ethos, right, in our DNA, and how Red Square, the backdrop over there in Casey's picture, how there are oftentimes environments or situations where you would walk through Red Square and all of a sudden be exposed to this entire new topic or new issue that you weren't even aware of, and that is informative, even if it's perhaps uncomfortable because you perhaps felt like you should have known this information, or you're perhaps being confronted with something that is ideologically different than your own. It's incredibly important in our development as individuals, regardless of whether you're 18 or 98, right? We're on this continuum of learning, and I think that is a huge part of our tradition to allow ourselves to step into a place like Red Square or elsewhere, but to Red Square, perhaps one of the more prominent spaces where social activism takes place on the Western community.
Great, thank you everyone for your answers there. Cesar, we're gonna bounce it back to you with an admissions type question here. How does the admissions process weigh the fact that many students in rural or underserved communities might not necessarily have the same access to activities and clubs and projects to define them in the admissions process? We could talk a little bit about what that looks like.
Yeah, well, Robert, quite truthfully, part of me wants to toss it over to you because you represent some of our areas. You and Tina both, right? You travel, you become aware. When you travel and you visit a school, it's not just about dropping in your materials, shaking hands. Again, sounds weird in this COVID time, but you're sitting down with students and school counselors. But it is also about understanding what are the opportunities that the student has available to themselves, as well as what is the overall challenge in the environment that that school is operating in. As we can imagine throughout the country, throughout the state, let's pick on the nearly 400 high schools in the state of Washington right now, the disparate experiences in which each high school has, if they are from a very affluent school versus a very rural environment. Let's just pick on AP courses, just as one small example. You could be in a very affluent school, have a listing of upwards of 30 different AP courses, and you have all of those offerings available to you starting in freshman year in high school throughout. If you come from a predominantly rural area or under-resourced area, as it were, in an urban setting, you might have a handful. You might have maybe 10 at most, at most. There are some schools out there across the country that don't have a single honors or AP curriculum for those students who want to go a step beyond or have accessibility to a local community college to engage in those opportunities, or the opportunities for extracurricular clubs and events, because the offerings in their community might just be that limited. So our admission counselors, and Robert, I'm going to turn it over to you because you probably see it all, where our admission counselors need to not only focus on the individual and the conversations right there with the student, but perhaps step back a little bit and say, if I receive an application from this high school, what will I be expecting to see, so to speak? So Robert, I welcome your thoughts.
Yeah, certainly, as Cesar says, for all of you out there who are applying to Western, the folks like myself or like Tina who are going to be working directly with your applications, we know the communities that you're coming from. We've visited the schools that you're at. Certainly Tina's had this experience as well over the course of now my 4th year in admissions here at Western. I've worked with a lot of students from rural areas, from underserved communities who don't have some of the clubs or opportunities or big projects that are available at some other schools. So we're aware of the communities that we're serving. But one call to action that you as a student, as an applicant, I would encourage you to pursue is if you wanted to take more AP classes and they weren't available, if you wanted to be more involved in clubs and it wasn't available, just tell us on your application. Let us know that that's something you're interested in, you haven't got a chance to pursue. You can point to us, my school maybe only had 2 or 3 AP classes. Look, I took all of them. I'm excited about challenging myself in the classroom at Western. So certainly you can count on us as people who spent time in your communities and visited your schools. But you can also be, the person who gives us that information and lets us know, like, hey, this is what my school environment looks like. This is what's available for me academically. This is what I have done, and this is what I would like to do. Moving forward into Western. So you can always share that with us in the application. Tina, if you have anything to add, please go ahead.
Yeah, please, Tina.
Yeah, I also think of just us as admissions counselors really doing our due diligence to really understand, as Robert and Cesar both mentioned, understanding the community and the environment that your education is taking place in, and what opportunities are available and what aren't available. And so I think us as admissions counselors, we come together and we talk about those nuances and the importance of really reviewing applications from a competent level, and being allowed to sort of make those insights when we're reviewing one application versus another, where we don't see very many AP or advanced classes or very many activities on the activities list. Particularly, like for me personally, when I was applying to colleges, I played sports and I was maybe in 1 club or 2, but that's because I also had a lot of responsibilities at home and was expected to pick up my younger brother and sister after school at their school. And so for some students, that is their reality, or maybe they are working a part-time job, so they're not involved in very many activities. So we view those as just as important as those other school-related or community service volunteer-related activities. So those still carry a lot of substance and still tells us all those wonderful positive things about your character and your involvement. So if you're concerned about that at all, I definitely recommend reaching out individually to your admissions counselor, having a conversation with that, and determining whether or not you should submit some additional information in your application, like that Tell Us More essay that Robert just said.
Yeah, great. Thank you, both of you. Tina, another question for you this time on the scholarship side. We have a student who says, my parent went to Western. Are there scholarship opportunities for that? And then as well, if you could also talk a little bit about scholarship opportunities for first-generation students.
Yeah, sorry, my internet cut up a little bit, so hopefully you all can hear me. So we do award a number of scholarships based on different criteria. So one being, of course, merit and academic-based scholarships. And then we also have various like leadership, or what we call our donor scholarships, which are these smaller pots of money that we can award students. So one of those does include an alumni scholarship, where students indicate on their application whether they have a relative or parent who attended Western, and they would then be put in that pot of students in the running for that small donor scholarship. And so, like I said, those are smaller, but definitely helpful in the long run. So just remember when you're filling out your application to make sure you're filling that out correctly. And then for our first generation scholarship, there's not a specific scholarship that we award in the admissions office for first generation students. However, that's still something to mark on your application, because we like to share additional resources that are available for specifically for first gen students, like our student outreach services, which are academic and peer advisors who work with first gen students, multicultural students, and other non-traditional students. So you still want to indicate that if you feel comfortable in your application. But as far as the scholarship portion, we also offer our MAP scholarship in the admissions office, which stands for Multicultural Achievement Project. So that scholarship's open for anyone, both freshmen and transfer students. You can be a resident or non-resident. And that is for students who write an essay that talks about their involvement in activities or experiences related to multiculturalism and diversity. So whether that's like cultural diversity, or working with people of all abilities, or working with like the LGBTQ community, with environmental activities, things like that. And so it's a separate essay question. And so students can look up more information on that on our scholarships website.
Great, thank you so much, Tina. Casey, we have a couple of rapid fire questions for you with just a couple minutes left here. Rapid fire question number one. What is the Outback Farm? Rapid fire question number two. Does it matter what my major is in terms of me being able to be involved in sports and or clubs?
I'll take the second one first. Definitely doesn't matter about major. You can, there's really no club that's restrictive just to major. There's some that focus more that way, but they don't sort of have a box or a boundary around that. So yeah, you can be involved in any of that, including sports and intramurals and sport clubs and all that good stuff. And the Outback Farm is awesome. I forget how many acres. I think it's 5 or is it 10 acres of land out on campus between Fairhaven College space and the Residence Hall spaces down South Campus, where students can have their own garden plot and get out there and work and get your hands dirty and work in the soil. You can learn about beekeeping. You can help take care of the place. You can volunteer. We actually have some student employed positions also that support that. And it's a great way to sort of expand your knowledge base around permaculture or any of the kind of gardening skills. And then it's also an outdoor classroom for a lot of courses in environmental sciences that utilize that space as they're out there doing environmental science work. So it's an awesome little gym that we have on campus.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Casey. And that's going to wrap up our question and answer session for the day. You can Snapchat us your questions at any point throughout the day and beyond. So feel free to add WWU admissions on Snapchat for any questions today and moving forward. I'd like to thank all of our panelists, Megan, Tina, Casey, and Cesar for being here. Huge shout out to everyone who is in the chat answering questions off camera as well. Big shout out to Ali, who's also off camera, making my job much easier. Stay tuned on this same Zoom call. We're about to roll right into a student-led virtual campus tour. So if you are interested in that, which you definitely should be, hang around to meet some Western students and get a look at our campus. So yeah, I'm gonna jump off now and turn it over to our stars.
Bye, everyone. Have a good day.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Robert. Welcome, everyone. We're going to go on about a 60-minute tour of campus. So feel free to just sit back and relax. If you have any questions, definitely put them in the chat. We'll have folks being able to answer them for you there. And with that being said, we'll get started with some introductions. So hi, everyone. My name is Will, and I'm a senior here at Western studying business and sustainability. I'm in our university honors program, and I'm also a transfer student. So if you have questions about that, drop those in the chat, and maybe I can get a few of those answered at the end of the tour today. On campus, I'm involved with our Net Impact Club, which is our club for business and sustainability, which I'm the president of. This quarter, we're having a lot of speakers, not only from Bellingham and Seattle, but also we're getting folks from all around the country. This last week, we had a woman from a sustainability consulting service in Nashville come speak. So that's been the one silver lining of being on Zoom for us. So really cool there. I'm also involved with Alpha Kappa Psi, our professional development fraternity. And then off campus, I really love to hike, backpack, camp, all that good stuff. Really love exploring all the beautiful natural areas around Bellingham. And now I'm gonna hand it over to Madison to introduce herself.
Thank you, Will. Hi, everybody. My name is Madison Gonzalez-Besh, and I am a fourth-year student here at Western Washington University. I'm from Fort Collins, Colorado, so I don't know if we have any out-of-staters out there, but if we do, please feel free to ask me questions about that. I am a graphic design major, and I'm also getting my illustrator certificate in place of a minor. This is a really cool program that Western recently brought on where design and fine art students, or any students, get to learn from people who are making and illustrating their own children's books, who are doing editorial work for the New York Times, really cool things like that. When I'm not working at the Office of Admissions or studying, I am often running in the beautiful Sea Home Arboretum, which is a beautiful forested hill right behind Western's campus, exploring the beautiful beaches here in Bellingham, Chuckanut Drive. I mean, Western and Bellingham's nature is just gorgeous. So I try to get into it as much as I possibly can. But before we do get started here on our tour, I would like to acknowledge that Western does sit on the ancestral homelands of the Coast Salish peoples who have lived in the Salish Sea Basin and the North Cascade watershed since time immemorial. And as representatives of Western, we would like to express our deepest gratitude and respect to our Indigenous neighbors, specifically the Lummi Nation and Nooksack tribe, for their enduring care of our shared waterways and lands. And also, if you have any questions, of course, please put those in the chat. Our chat mods will get to those as quick as they can, and we'll try to answer some questions if we can as well. But right now we are situated in front of the PAC. This is one of the most beautiful places on campus because we are looking out over Bellingham Bay. Bellingham is it's kind of like a medium town that has about 90,000 residents. So it's not absolutely dead in the summer. If you do decide to stay in the summer, it's still happening, things are still going on. I have very fond memories of exploring downtown Bellingham with my friends. There's a lot of Friday night art walks, going to, local movie theaters, going to go see concerts. There's so many good restaurants in Bellingham. You will never be without good food if you do decide to come to Bellingham. Lots of really great sandwich shops, really great places to eat. I also love our Fairhaven district, which is kind of a historic district. Once you get there, you're there because if you're driving, your car will start to shake because you're on a cobblestone road. But overall, I really, really love Bellingham. It's very near and dear to my heart, and I'm so glad that I got to, be here and study here in this place. But I'm going to pass it over to Will.
Awesome. Thank you, Madison. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Western as a university. So we like to say that Western is a mid-sized liberal arts university. And that means we have about 16,000 students altogether, and we're about 95% undergraduates. We like to say that Western has an undergraduate teaching focus, which means that for most professors, if not all, teaching comes first and research is second. We have an 18-to-1 student to faculty ratio, and our average class size is 27. So you're really going to be able to get to know your professors. And that's because 99% of our classes are taught by professors and not TAs or teaching assistants or graduate students or anything like that. So we really loved getting to work with the professors, do research with professors, and we'll talk a little bit more about research throughout the tour. But one great way to get to know some of your professors is through going to office hours, which you've probably heard of before. It's just a time when professors set aside some hours in their week for students to come in and talk about homework, tests, or anything going on in their class, or also just to get advice about life, if they're ever having trouble, career help, things like that. A lot of professors really like to incentivize office hours with like cookies and candy and things like that. And so it's a really great opportunity to get to know your professors. I promise none of them are intimidating. They're really fantastic people, and they choose to teach at Western because of that undergraduate teaching focus. I'm going to talk a little bit about our Performing Arts Center, or PAC building. That's the building on the left side of our PAC Plaza. We're looking at it right now, and it's home to a lot of our performing arts majors. So we have 4 different performance spaces in there, everything from a very large opera hall to some smaller spaces. We have a small little theater in the round called the Doug Theater. And it's a fantastic opportunity for students who want to get involved with the performing arts. We have different chorale groups, different ensembles of instrumental music, as well as different theater productions going on all throughout the year. And what's really awesome is that all of those productions, choral groups, or ensembles are open to all students. You don't have to be a theater major or anything like that. All you have to do is try out. So you can be a math major, but also be in a chorale or act in a play or something like that. It's a really fantastic opportunity to meet new students, or try something new, or work on a hobby that you've had in your entire life. So awesome opportunities for folks there. And another awesome opportunity for folks is underneath the PAC Plaza. We have a honeycomb of practice rooms. These are all soundproof rooms where students can go and practice their instruments, so they don't end up waking up their roommates at 2 in the morning when they're practicing the tuba or anything like that. So it's a fantastic opportunity to go kind of seclude yourself and really get some practice in. Rumor has it that they also have terrible cell phone service. So if you're the type of person who really gets distracted by your cell phone when you're studying, it's a great place to go and reserve to get a little bit of work done in there without too many distractions. Finally, our PAC building, or Performing Arts Center, houses our music library, where vinyl's making a strong comeback. And so if you ever are looking to check out sheet music or buy any like kind of interesting records, they do a sale every so often. And so it's a great place to check out if you're really into music. And now we're going to head inside of our Viking Union.
Yeah, so right now we are standing in front of the Viking Union, which is our main hub for student activity. It is also our home to our Associated Students government. Fun fact, we have one of the largest Associated Students organizations in the entire country, and they're in charge of putting on really fun events throughout the year. I know that they're putting on some drive-in movie nights right now while we're all physically distancing, so love them for that. It's also home to our newly renovated Associated Students bookstore, as well as home to our new multicultural center, which is an expansion of our Ethnic Student Center. This center was made possible through countless student hours and efforts to expand the Ethnic Student Center. So we're really, really lucky to have this space. There's meditation spaces as well as foot washing stations here. It's home to a lot of student resource centers, such as our Queer Resource Center, our LGBTQ+ Resource Center, and also where a lot of our ethnic student clubs meet. Some of our ethnic student clubs include the Black Student Union, our Native American Student Union, MECHA, and many, many more. I would also like to talk about our outdoor center. If you're, kind of a nature lover like I am, they offer a lot of really cool trips throughout the year. So you can go kayaking to Lummi Island. You can go rock climbing in Leavenworth. You can even go snowshoeing up at Mount Baker. It's a really great way to meet other students and just to get out into the lovely nature of Bellingham. And also, if you're wondering, how am I going to get home if I am an out-of-state student, or I just, I don't have a car to get home? We have a lot of different ways you can do that. One of my favorite is our Bel Air shuttle, which stops directly in front of the Viking Union. And it's just a straight shot all the way down to SeaTac Airport, which is so convenient, and I've used it many, many times. We also have an international airport here in Bellingham, international only because it flies into Canada and things like that, but it can get you into some connecting airports around the area. We also have our Amtrak station, we have Greyhound, and we have our Bolt bus, which sells tickets on the cheap, going all the way down along the West Coast, which is really, really helpful. But that about does it for the Viking Union. So I'm going to pass it over back to Will.
Great, thank you. Just a reminder, if y'all have any questions about anything that we're talking about, feel free to drop them in the chat and we'll have the chat moderators be able to answer them for you. Now we're going to talk about one of the most important things that we have at Western, like the number one thing for me when I was choosing school, and that is the food at Western. It's super important to enjoy the food and have a great dining hall experience when you choose a university. And Western's dining system makes it really awesome, and it's really flexible and convenient for everybody. So this is one of our 3 dining halls. We have 3 dining halls on campus. We have our Viking Commons, excuse me, which is what we're looking at right now on the screen. And this is our dining hall for North Campus. Then we also have dining halls on our Ridgeway complex, kind of in the middle of campus, as well as in our Fairhaven complex, which is on the south end of campus. And all of these dining halls are all-you-can-eat buffets, and they have tons of great food stations, everything from pizza, burgers and fries, pasta, salad bar. My favorite was always the sandwich making station in the dining hall. Great desserts. There's a soft serve ice cream machine, all sorts of great food there. And they're really awesome because every student who lives on campus is required to have a meal plan. So with that meal plan, you have the option of getting anywhere from about 75 swipes per quarter up to unlimited. And what that means is every time you swipe your student ID card, you're going to be let into the dining hall and you can eat as much or as little as you'd like in there. We also have lots of great options for folks with any dietary restrictions, so gluten intolerance, any allergies, things like that. Vegetarian and vegan options as well. And if you ever have a question about allergens or anything like that, you can always feel free to talk to any of the chefs or a registered dietitian who's on staff, and they can really help you out with a personalized dining plan that's right for you. Some folks do get a little tired of eating in the dining hall, and so every student who has a meal plan also has dining dollars. And that's going to do is take your student ID card and kind of turn it into a debit card. So every quarter, you're going to get about 200 dining dollars that can be used at any of our on-campus eateries. Things like Subway, Panda Express, we have a Starbucks, number of grab-and-go markets with like coffee and pastries and things like that. And we have a little pizzeria as well. And so you get about 200 every quarter, and those can be used kind of whenever you want there. So it's a great place or a great way to grab like a coffee when you're going in between classes and things like that. One thing to note is that those dining dollars do roll over every quarter. So let's say you didn't spend all of them fall quarter, you spend only about $100, you'll then have $300 for winter quarter and so on and so on. Those don't roll over the summer. So we definitely recommend making sure, kind of keeping track of how many you have. But you're always going to find 1 or 2 students who completely forgot that they had dining dollars, and at the end of spring quarter are going to have 600 dining dollars that they need to get rid of by the end, or else they're just going to lose out. So it's a great time to befriend them. They'll give you all the like Subway and soft drinks, coffee, like whatever you want, just because they need to get rid of that money. Just one thing to note is that those dining swipes do not roll over every quarter. So definitely just keep stock of how many you are using every quarter, and you can make changes to your dining plan accordingly every quarter. And now Madison's going to talk a little bit about housing.
Yes, housing, so important. So we have 3 main living areas on campus. We have North Campus, our North Residence Halls, which includes Mathis, Higginson, Edens North, and Nash. We have the Ridgeway complex, also known as the Ridge. Each building at the Ridge is named after a Greek name like Kappa, Sigma, things like that. However, we do not have a Greek system here at Western. And then we also have South Campus, which includes Buchanan Towers, the Fairhaven complex, as well as Burnham Wood. Something I really love about Western is that Western does not require its first year students to stay and live in the residence halls their first year here at Western. However, about 95% of our first years do decide to live on campus because it is a really great way to get to know the Western community and just, get to meet some of the friends that you're going to be studying with for the next 4 or so years. So I would definitely recommend it. I had a really great time when I was in the dormitory, so highly recommend. So we have 2 different kinds of resident hall styles. We have our suite style, which is about 2 to 6 rooms with about 4 to 10 students sharing those rooms with an interior bathroom. And then we also have our corridor style, which is typically 2 students sharing 1 room, and they're also sharing a bathroom with everybody else on their floor. And that bathroom does get cleaned twice a day, so don't worry about the cleanliness of it. It is a really great way to meet people while you're brushing your teeth, if that is something you're interested in. And floors are separated by gender unless students request to live in gender neutral or gender inclusive housing. Students can also request to live in substance-free halls or in halls with accelerated quiet hours if you're, a really light sleeper. Totally get it. Each residence hall comes with a lounge area, a kitchenette, usually also like free laundry, which is included. So, leave your quarters at home. And every room has, like kind of like a bed. You can see a desk and a wardrobe. So. And let's see. Oh, also, if you are going to be staying in a residence hall, you will be assigned an RA or a resident advisor. This is kind of like a big sibling archetype. They're going to be checking in on you throughout the quarter, making sure that you're assimilating into Western and university life. They're also going to be knocking at your door if you're, blaring your music at 2 a.m. in the morning. And they're also responsible for putting on really fun events throughout the quarter. I heard that some RAs are actually doing some socially distanced, physically distanced yoga right now at the dormitories. I really loved when my RA would do face sheet mask night. You know what I'm talking about. It was always a really, really good time. So if you're interested in the residence halls, definitely go check them out and attend our housing tour after this.
Definitely. Thanks so much, Madison. We're gonna move on and head over to Old Main. Old Main is our oldest building on campus, hence the name, and at one time actually held all of Western's, or everything that Western was. So Western was founded in 1893 as a women's teaching school, and at one time Old Main held all the dormitories, the cafeteria, all the classrooms, administrative offices, and things like that. Rumor has it that it also had a pool inside of it at one time, although I've never found where that pool was. Still on the look for it. But right now, Western holds a variety of administrative offices. So we have the admissions office headquartered in Old Main. There's our office right there. Miss it dearly. We have our admissions office, financial aid office, scholarship center, counseling center. Our honors program is also headquartered in Old Main, as well as a variety of other programs in Old Main. It's definitely just a great academic or building to get to know pretty well, as there are so many departments that will come in handy throughout your time at Western, whether that's the registrar's office, counseling center, financial aid, all that good stuff. And if you look on the outside of Old Main, just looking around, you'll see that there are a number of white paver stones in the bricks. Kind of hard to see from this angle, but we promise they're there. And each one has a year on it. Throughout the tours, we've had people ask if they're like grave sites or if that's where we like bury valedictorians or old presidents or something. I promise it's nothing like that. Starting in 1912, Western decided that they were going to start putting time capsules in the ground from the graduating class with the plan of digging them up every 100 years or after 100 years. So 100 years after 1912 came, and being 2012, so they invited out all the news crews, family of the alumni, current students. It was like a big party on Western's old lawn right in front of Old Main, and they were going to dig up this time capsule. So when it came time to dig it up, they started digging and couldn't find it, and it was really embarrassing for the school. Kind of got some bad press. And so, some current or some undergraduate geology students started doing some thinking and realized that Western is actually built on a peat bog, which means that all the ground underneath the university is actually constantly shifting towards the ocean. And so the time capsule was actually in the middle of the lawn in front of Old Main. So after a couple of weeks went by and they finally actually located the time capsule, they brought everybody back out and the news crews had a big party, family of the alumni and everything. And they dug it up and cracked it open. And inside was just a pile of dust, because back in 1912, they weren't really sure how to preserve things very well. And everything had disintegrated until it was just a pile of dust. I believe that dust is on display in our library. So if you're ever interested in seeing it when things are back open, definitely go check it out. I promise it's not that exciting, but every year still, graduating seniors put a little token in the time capsule and it's buried. So I'm really excited to put my something in the class of 2021 time capsule. I don't believe that they're still digging them up after that initial embarrassment, but it's a really great tradition that we have here on campus. I believe now we're going to head over to our libraries.
Yes, so this is Wilson Library, and it is my favorite building on campus. It was actually designed after the Boston Public Library. So I believe it was built a few years after the university was founded. But it is our more resource and literature oriented side of the library. It holds our Disability Access Center, our Veterans Services Center, and our Learning Commons. Our Learning Commons is comprised of our General University Requirement Science and Math Tutoring Center, as well as our Research and Writing Center. So when I was a first year and kind of a second year, I used these Learning Commons all the time. So helpful when I didn't know what to write, for a thesis for my paper, or I really was stuck on one math problem. So love that we have that available to us. Our Disability Access Center is great when it comes to accommodations that are visible and non-visible. They're great for test proctoring and providing extended test time, alternative textbooks, things like that. And then our Veteran Services provides service and assistance to veterans, service members, and their dependents. And then we're going to take a look at the other side of the library. You can see they're connected via Skybridge. We're going to go into Haggard Hall, which is our more technology-oriented side of the library. There's so much in this library. We have a lot of computer labs in this library, a lot of large-scale printing facilities as well, our Student Technology Center, as well as our ATUS desk, which stands for Academic Technology User Services. So this is great, if you're tired of lugging your laptop to class every day, you can always go rent out a laptop there, speakers. I've heard that a lot of students will rent out GoPros when it's winter time and students are starting to hit the slopes up at Mount Baker. So as long as everything gets back in peak condition, you're pretty good to go. And now we're gonna head outside towards Red Square. Awesome. Oh, I miss it so much. So this is Red Square. This is not the geographical center of campus, but we all like to say it is the heart of campus because it does get the most student traffic in any given day when students are on campus. It's a place where there's a lot of club promotion, where students can learn about important issues or things happening in and around the world or at Western. It's the location where our annual fall club fair takes place. It was all digital this year, of course, where students could kind of check in and out of break rooms and go visit, different clubs. We have over 250 plus clubs here at Western, ranging from academic clubs, physics club, design club, things like that. But we also have some niche clubs, cultural clubs, dancing clubs, arts, anything. You really can create a club out of anything you want. I know there's a club called Netflix Watching and Cereal Eating Club, where Western literally pays for the Netflix subscription and the cereal that students eat when they watch Netflix, and they just get together and eat cereal and watch Netflix. And I just think that's the coolest thing ever. So you really can create a club out of anything if you so want to. And now I'm going to pass it over to Will to talk a little bit about some of the other buildings in this place.
Awesome. So right behind this black sculpture that you can see on campus or in the middle of Red Square is our humanities building, which is home to our humanities majors. So that includes things like English and creative writing. But one of the really important things to know about this building is that it's also home to our human resources office. So this is kind of where we like to talk about on-campus jobs for students. Western has thousands of on-campus job opportunities for students. And the saying is, if a student can do it, a student will do it. What's really great about working on campus is that you're capped at 19 hours per week because they recognize that you're a student first and an employee second. And there's some scientific research that was done that found 19 hours was the perfect number of hours to make that trend or make you both a student and an employee, but have you focus on your academics. You're also never going to be required to work during finals week. If you're having a really stressful finals week, you just have to let your boss know that you can't work, and they're going to be totally accommodating with that. And then finally, you're never going to be scheduled to work when you have class. You just submit your class schedule at the beginning of every quarter, and your schedule for work is just going to be designed around that class schedule. And that's just so you never have to make that awkward decision. Do I go to class or do I go to work? You can totally do both. Those are things that we can't necessarily say for a lot of off-campus jobs. So definitely something to note when you're looking for on-campus ones. We have both work study and non-work study jobs, and we have everything from working in any of our on-campus dining halls and eateries to being a tutor in any of our tutoring centers, having the best job on campus, being tour guides like ourselves, and really anything in between. There's, like I said, thousands of job opportunities. So definitely something to check out if you're interested in making a little extra money on the side while you're in college. Next to our humanities building is Fraser Hall. Fraser Hall holds 3 relatively large lecture halls. It's usually used for big presentations. Other than that, not too much going on in Fraser Hall. But to the right of Fraser Hall is Miller Hall, which is one of my favorite buildings on campus. The architecture is just absolutely beautiful, especially once you head inside. Some classes you enter from the inside, some from the outside. There's a beautiful courtyard space as well, and it's just one of my favorite buildings. Miller Hall is home to our Woodring College of Education. We really love our Woodring College because Western did start as a teaching school, and so Woodring was our first college. What's really cool about our Woodring College is that actually about 1/3 of all teachers in the state of Washington are graduates of Woodring. So if you grew up in the state of Washington and went to school here, chances are you had a couple of Woodring graduates as teachers. It's a fantastic opportunity for students who want to become teachers. They get future teachers get tons of hours in the classroom, way more than are required for a Washington State teacher's license or anything like that. There's a ton of different ways to become a teacher. They'll really work and find a plan that works for you, whether that's doing it in a 5th year, having a 4-year program, or there's tons of options. If you are interested, we definitely recommend getting in contact with Woodring, and they can really walk you through those programs. In addition, Miller Hall is home to our Foreign and Classical Languages department. Foreign and classical languages include everything from Spanish, French, German, and Chinese to our most recent new language, which is American Sign Language, or ASL. ASL came to Western after many hours of student input and petitioning of the Foreign and Classical Languages department. Students really wanted to be able to take ASL, and so just a couple years ago, Western hired its first faculty member for ASL, and I believe the hope is that it'll become a minor one day, and then hopefully soon a major. So it's a really great opportunity, and it really shows how receptive Western faculty are to student input about what they want to learn. Finally, Miller Hall hosts our Education Abroad office. This is a great office to check out if you're ever interested in studying abroad. We have many different ways to study abroad. Definitely recommend it. They'll work with you to get your credits to transfer back to Western, as well as helping you out with any scholarships or financial aid that you may need in order to make studying abroad a possibility for you. We also definitely recommend studying abroad, as it's like the number one most regretted thing by seniors as they graduate is that they didn't study abroad. And so I think anyone who's ever studied abroad will definitely say that it's something that they wish they had done. To the right of Miller Hall is Bond Hall. Bond Hall is home to our mathematics, philosophy, and history department, and it's home to our upper level math tutoring center. We definitely recommend checking this out if you're someone like myself who's not too great at math, but end up having to take a few upper level math classes. That's a student employment opportunity as well for any of you who are more mathematically inclined. They have tissues, cookies, and really great tutors in there to help you through those problem sets. So definitely check it out if you need help with your math classes, or if you're someone who's really talented at math. That being said, if anyone has questions, feel free to put them in the chat, or else we're gonna move on to our Carver Gym.
Yeah, so I just want to note that we started on the north end of campus and we're heading south. Western sits on, I believe, 215 acres of land, so it takes about 10 minutes to walk from one end to the other. So it's not too, it's not too much too far. Things aren't too far apart. I have definitely been able to get to classes within like 5 minutes from one side or the other. I feel like I'm really rushing it. But right now we are standing in front of Carver Gym, which is home to our health and human development majors. This includes kinesiology, recreation, and our community health majors. Our recreation program is nationally accredited and offers concentrations in tourism, community recreation, outdoor recreation, and therapeutic recreation. So if you're interested in that, definitely go check it out. This is also where our Viking athletes will train. So Western is an NCAA Division II school, which just means that we have 15 teams that compete on a national to regional level on the NCAA Division II varsity sports. I've had really great experiences going with friends to Western games, tailgating in the parking lot, and then in cheering for the Vikings. It's just a really great place to create camaraderie. And then I've also seen teachers that will come to the games as well as Bellingham residents. And it's just a really good time overall. And now we're going to head out of Carver and head to my second favorite building, which is the Fine Arts Building. So this is the Fine Arts Building, which is home to our fine arts majors, as well as graphic design, so my major. When I was touring Western University with my mom and we stepped into this building, I immediately thought this building smells like art. And if you don't know what art smells like, it smells like paint thinner and linoleum, which I think is a heavenly smell. But in this building, we have our ceramic studio, we have printmaking facilities, computer labs, we even have a photography studio and a dark room, which is really great if you're interested in any of those. We also have two galleries within this building. We have our B gallery, which is our student gallery. So even if you're not a fine arts major, but you still like to make work, you can put up a gallery of your own student artwork if that's something you're interested in. And then we also have our Western Gallery. And because Bellingham sits between two really big art hubs, Vancouver and Seattle, we're always getting a lot of international and local artists that are passing through Bellingham. And often they'll put up galleries of their work, and it's, you know, we students as well as Bellingham residents get to go in and view the artwork. And it's always a good time and always so beautiful. We even have some Andy Warhol originals within Western. So keep a lookout for those if you ever come by. And now I think we're gonna head out of the gallery and we're gonna keep going south.
Awesome. So we've headed south to our Ross Engineering Technology building, which is home to our 4 engineering majors that we have at Western. Those 4 majors are going to be plastics and composites, manufacturing engineering, mechanical engineering, as well as industrial design. And they're all housed inside of this building. If you ever get a chance to come to campus, we definitely recommend taking a walk through our Ross Engineering building, as you can look into all the classrooms and engineering spaces and see all the really awesome student work that is being done. We have students who every year build a car that they end up racing with teams from across the country, which is super cool. You can always see that getting work done, and they like to bring it out during our club fairs and things like that. And it's something that I've been interested in, but could never do as more of a business and sustainability kind of person, but it looks fantastic. We also have our industrial design program, which is a highly selective major for folks. They get to work on all sorts of projects, and it is so highly competitive and selective because the students who are industrial design majors get individualized workstations and desks to do their projects on, and they routinely go into national competitions and do very well. They often get work from various local companies like Microsoft to help design a product for them. And so it's a fantastic opportunity if you're interested in industrial design to check out and hopefully major in at Western. Heading out of our Ross Engineering building, we're going to head over to our Morse Hall of Chemistry, which is connected via Skybridge to our biology building. What's really awesome about these 2 buildings is that there's only 2 classrooms between them. The rest of it is state-of-the-art lab space as well as professors' offices. If you're ever going to be taking a biology or chemistry class, chances are your lecture part of the class will be in our SMATE building, which is connected. But you're not going to be having those lecture halls in those buildings as there is so much lab space. There's just no room for classrooms. What's really awesome about both our biology and chemistry programs is that you're going to be in the lab right away. And as you go higher and higher into those various disciplines, you're going to be going into more and more expensive and fancy labs. So they get higher and higher, or the higher and higher you go, the fancier and fancier they get. And eventually you get to ones that are always like locked. You need key card access to get into. That's just so someone like myself who hasn't taken biology or chemistry since high school doesn't go in there, can't tell a test tube from a beaker and end up doing something very, very wrong. And so it's a great opportunity for students. In addition, if you're interested in marine biology, Western has an extension of itself in Anacortes at our Shannon Point Marine Center. This is a fantastic opportunity for students to get hands-on research opportunities doing marine biology. They often go out in research vessels to research the different seals, whales, and all the different ocean organisms that one can find. I actually live right down the street from our Shannon Point, or my parents do, excuse me, in Anacortes. And so I've been over here a number of times just to check it out. And it's a really beautiful location right on the water. They have dorms for students to live in, and you can sometimes spend a couple weeks or even up to a quarter doing research at Shannon Point. So definitely something to look into if you're ever interested in marine biology. Now I'm going to pass it over to Madison to talk a little bit about parks and Arntzen Hall.
Yes, so right now we are standing in front of Parks Hall, which is home to our College of Business and Economics. The classrooms inside Parks Hall were actually designed with professor and student input to kind of emulate business settings that are more conducive to student and student to faculty communication, which I absolutely love. A lot of students in the program go on to doing internships in Seattle and Vancouver. And I'm so grateful to the College of Business and Economics for hosting our quarterly career fair, which again happens every quarter, where businesses, regional and local, will all come out and set up a table, usually in the rec center, and students can go and pass out resumes and talk to prospective companies. And these companies have to be looking for people, have to be looking for employees. And I've had a lot of friends who have gone on to working for Google, for Boeing, for Nordstrom, a lot of big companies like that, and some lesser heard ones as well. And then we're going to turn to Arntzen Hall. Awesome. So Arntzen Hall is our headquarters for our social science programs. This includes political science, anthropology, sociology, and our women and gender and sexuality studies. This is one of our big halls, our lecture halls. I actually miss big lecture hall classes because I would always make a new friend every time I sat somewhere new. And it was always just, I actually really miss being in lecture hall classes. But also within this building, we have one of our grab and go markets. And we did a little bit of an informal study where we found that if you're standing on red brick on Western, you are no more than 5 minutes away from caffeine and snacks. And so that's really important to keep in mind as a university student. We also have a make your own pizza shop in there, as well as a Subway and some other things as well. Cool, and I'm going to turn it back over to Will.
Awesome. I'm going to talk a little bit about our environmental studies building, which is home to our Huxley College of the Environment. Huxley College is actually the oldest environmental college in the United States, and it's a program that we're really proud of, and actually one of the programs that I spend a lot of my time in as a business and sustainability student. Our Huxley College is we like to say it's sort of the geode of campus, as the outside of the building, it's a little on the ugly side, a lot of concrete and small windows, but we promise the inside is a lot nicer. We like to say it's our, like I said, the geode, and that's because on the inside, we have a lot of red and blue piping that emulate the human heart, so veins and arteries. It's a really cool place to check out, really tall ceilings, as well as the first floor doubles as a natural history museum. So we have lots of rocks and fossils, bones, cool things like that, lots of old science equipment to check out as well if you're ever interested, as well as some cool technology. There's a little sand pit with topography lines that you can kind of play in. That's really cool as well. So definitely check that out if you're ever in our Huxley College. Another thing to note is that, or another fun fact that we like to have about give about our Huxley College is that if any of you are fans of the movie Up, you might know Kevin the Bird, and rumor has it that Kevin the Bird from the movie Up is based on a fossil found in our Huxley College of a bird that was found up near Mount Baker. So if any of you ever come to campus and would like to get Kevin the Bird's autograph, maybe bring a sheet of paper and a crayon, and you too can have Kevin the Bird's autograph and proudly display it on your wall. I also like to touch on some research that's being done in our Huxley College. We have a professor, Dr. Melissa Rice, who is working with NASA on the Mars rover. So she helps to drive it along with a team of undergraduate students. and they see some of the first pictures coming off of Mars, which is just absolutely like mind-boggling to me that right here at Western, we're having students who are seeing pictures off of Mars for like the first time. So definitely something to check out if you're interested. There's a number of other really great labs going on, both in our Huxley College as well as some of the other colleges around Western's campus. Now we're going to head over to our communications lawn. I'm going to talk briefly about our communications building. So this is our communications building, and like the name suggests, it's home to our communications departments, as well as it's home to our journalism, physics, astronomy, as well as computer science departments. One thing I really like to note about this building is it's home to our 3 publications on campus. First of which is our Western Front, the headquarters of which you're looking in right now, the Western Front office. The Western Front is sort of like our Seattle Times or New York Times, Washington Post of campus. It has lots of great local news and stories from both on and off campus, as well as some more traditional newspaper staples like your comics, crossword puzzles, and things like that. Definitely recommend checking out our Western Front and picking up a copy if you're ever on campus. Our second publication is our Clip Sun magazine. This is a photojournalism magazine, a lot of graphic design as well. It is published every quarter and has really just beautiful pictures as well as very interesting poems and stories, and definitely another one to check out. And then finally, we have our Planet magazine, which is actually the only undergraduate environmental science magazine in the country. Routinely goes up against graduate level magazines and does very well in those competitions. Sort of like our National Geographic of campus, as there's lots of pictures of animals and mountains and trees, and a really good one to maybe like grab, read through it, and then cut out some pictures and put them up on your wall for some decoration. So definitely check that one out as well. And I'm going to pass it over to Madison to talk about our communications lawn as well as academic east and west.
Yes, so right now we are standing on a sculpture on the communications lawn. This sculpture is formerly called Stadium Piece. However, a lot of the students, me included, call it the stairs to nowhere, because if you go up it, it kind of just plops you out the other side of the communications lawn. Western is recognized as one of the top 10 nationally recognized sculpture gardens in the entire country. So we have sculptures literally everywhere, all over campus. If you see some sort of like weird, I don't know, marble or wooden, block sticking out of the ground, it is most likely a sculpture, and all of them are meant to be interactive. So if you do ever come on Western's campus, feel free to walk on the art, touch the art, walk around it, do whatever it is you do when you interact with art. And now we're going to go to Academic East. Academic East is home to our brain sciences. So this includes psychology, behavioral neuroscience, and our communication sciences and disorders building. This has a lot of really great resources. It has our speech and hearing clinic where Bellingham residents will come and students get to work really closely with the staff and really get some hands-on learning before they're even working in the field. And it is also home to a lot of our research labs. I know Dr. Carroll is doing a lot of great research around Huntington's disease. They're trying to find a way to mutate the genes of Huntington's so that a person isn't affected so much by the disease. I believe Dr. Carroll himself has Huntington's. So lots of really cool research opportunities in that building. And now we are going to head out to our parking lots, or near our parking lots, or Flag Plaza, as we like to call it, right? So right now we are standing on one of the most southern tips of campus. This is Flag Plaza. This is where all of our student parking is. Only about 15 to 20% of our students actually will drive and park on campus. We are a primarily walking, biking, and busing community. Your Western ID card actually acts as your bus pass to get you all around Bellingham, even as far as Skagit County. I know I've had dentist appointments all the way up in North Bellingham, and I've been able to get there without a hitch. But if you're, really, really passionate about having your car on campus, totally understand. You just have to, put your name on a wait list to make sure you get a spot. And I would like to note that your Western ID card and your bus pass is free with a fee. So when you pay your tuition to Western, you automatically get basically free rides all around Whatcom County. And also here on South Campus, we have our campus services building. This is a big ski lodge looking building. It holds our health center as well as campus safety. And we have a few different ways that we monitor campus safety here at Western. One of them is our Western Alert System. This is where you and your parent can sign up for Western Alerts. It'll send anything that's happening in or around the campus. I know we got hit with a pretty significant ice storm this last February, so all us students got to wake up to the beautiful ping that classes were canceled. So that was really, really nice. And then we also have our blue light system. So these are blue boxes that are set up all around campus. If a student is feeling unsafe at all at any point in the day or night, they can press a button on this blue box and the sirens will go off and campus police will be dispatched within 3 minutes, I believe. We also have our student green coat system. This is a student paid position where students will walk around in green coats from 7 p.m. At night to 7 a.m. in the morning. This is a really great resource if you're walking to your car or walking to your residence hall and you kind of want a buddy to walk with you. They are trained in the art of small talk, so you don't have to worry about it being too awkward. And then of course we have our campus university police who work very closely with the Bellingham police to monitor our campus 24 hours a day. Many of them are alumni of Western, so they're already trained to recognize acronyms unique to Western, such as the Harry Potter Room, which is in Wilson Library, or AW, Academic West, and things like that. And then I'm going to take it over to Will to talk about the rec center.
Absolutely. First, we had a question if there were student parking lots near North Campus. The answer is that there's a couple for students who live in North Campus residence halls, but there's no commuter parking lots for folks who live off campus near the north end of campus, if that makes sense. So yeah, welcome to our Wade King Rec Center. This building is one of the newest buildings on campus. It was built in 2003, and like a lot of buildings on Western's campus, it was built with a lot of student input. So when the students were helping to design the building, there were 3 main things that they were looking for. The first was a lot of natural lighting. So as you can see, there's a lot of floor to ceiling windows inside of our rec center, and that's just so folks can get their vitamin D, even if it's raining or cloudy or something outside, and they choose to exercise indoors. The second thing that students wanted was a lot of outdoor activities brought inside, as it does get a little cold and sometimes rains up in Bellingham. So we have our very own rock wall inside of the rec center. We have a full-size pool with a hot tub that seats 32 people, which I will note is larger than our average class size. So theoretically, you can try to convince a professor to hold a class in our hot tub. I've never seen it happen, but if you could convince a professor to do it, you'd probably be like the most popular person at Western. So always, maybe try it out. And then we also have an indoor track that is, we have an indoor track, which is 11.5 laps to the mile, not 4. When I first came to Western, I just assumed it was 4, like every other track that I'd ever used in my life. And I thought I ran like my fastest mile time ever when I was up there. I was really proud of myself for running like a 4-minute mile. I was, holy smokes, how did I do this? Until somebody let me know that in fact it is 11.5 laps to the mile, that I was no faster than I ever thought that I was before. So definitely check those out. The third thing that students wanted was to never have to wait for a cardio machine. So right now you're looking at that students affectionately refer to as cardio heaven, where there's just an abundance of cardio machines. We have lots of ellipticals, bikes, treadmills, Stairmasters, and really everything in between. And they're all hooked up to cable TV. So this place gets super popular. Like the Seahawks are playing on like Monday Night Football, or or it's Bachelor Night or something like that. As a lot of students will come up here to exercise, but mostly watch TV. It's definitely a great opportunity if you don't have cable. But our rec center is just absolutely fantastic. We have a weight room downstairs, which is really awesome, as well as 3 indoor basketball courts, basketball and volleyball courts, and then a mixed use court as well, where there's everything from indoor soccer to basketball to volleyball. So definitely something to check out if you're at Western. We also have the X Pass, which is for a lot of our exercise classes that we have. So we have everything from yoga to Zumba, kickboxing, and things like that. We definitely recommend trying those out. And a great way to try those out is the first week of every quarter. They're all totally free for students. You can do as many as you'd like and really get to see if any of those classes are interesting for you. After that, you're going to have to buy, after that first week, if you decide to stay with any of those classes, you're going to have to buy an X Pass, which is $45 a quarter. So pretty good, and that gets you into an unlimited number of classes that you want to take. So it's definitely a really great opportunity for students to take advantage of really cheap and inexpensive exercise classes. And then finally, I'm going to talk a little bit about sports here at Western. So we have three main ways to get involved with sports. The first is our NCAA Varsity Division II athletics, which Madison touched on a little bit earlier. We have everything from men's and women's basketball, men's and women's soccer. Our women's crew team actually won 7 Division II championships in a row, which is like super cool. You can go see those trophies in our Carver gym. It's just like so cool. Our women's volleyball team is a perennial powerhouse. Last year, they went to the NCAA Final Four, which is in Pittsburgh. Fortunately, they lost in the final, but we were super proud of them as well. And one thing to note with our Division II athletics is that it is highly competitive. So we definitely recommend getting in touch with those coaches sooner rather than later, just so you can get to know who they are and they can get to know who you are, both academically and athletically. And you can see if Western's going to be the right fit for you. Our second way to get involved with sports is through club sports. Club sports are a fantastic way to continue on with the sport you might have done in high school or even pick up a few new sports. We have everything from like men's and women's basketball and soccer, our men's crew team, men's and women's ice hockey, equestrian, and things like that, to some more fun ones like we have Quidditch as a club team. So if you ever wanted to, get your inner Harry Potter on, now's your chance. Club sports are fantastic because not only do you get to play the sport, but you also get to learn a lot of really important life skills. So students hire their own coaches, plan their own schedules and games and tournaments and things like that, make their own budgets, purchase all their own equipment, things like that. So you're going to learn a lot of financial management, time management, how to hire someone, and just fantastic skills like that. So definitely recommend getting involved with club sports if you're ever interested. Those sports travel all around the Pacific Northwest, and even some travel both nationally, and I believe our men's rugby team even travels internationally. I think they went to Ireland a couple years ago, so definitely check any of those out. And then finally, we have intramural sports, which are just a great way to get active with some friends or maybe meet some new people. Intramural sports are pretty low commitment. You might have one or two games a week, really no practices or anything like that. And it's a fantastic way to just try some new sports and that sort of thing. We have everything from the more traditional flag football, soccer, basketball, things like that, to some more fun ones like bubble soccer. If any of you are not familiar with bubble soccer, that's where you get inside of a giant inflatable like hamster ball looking thing and you run around and try and play soccer. It's a lot more hitting everyone and falling down than actually scoring goals, but it's just a really fun time there. We also have a couch league. If any of you are into video games, it's really popular right now with everyone being at home and socially distanced. You can still play in our couch league, and they have a bunch of tournaments going on there. And then we also have a competitive baking. So if you didn't think that baking was a sport, it is at Western. I may not be very good at baking, but I am sure good at judging. So I definitely check that one out whenever I hear about a tournament coming up. So definitely check that one out as well. What's really cool about our intramural sports is we have both a more competitive and then a more recreational divisions. So you can really choose the opportunity that's going to be best for you and your athletic abilities. With that being said, we have a couple minutes available for questions. So Madison and I will be happy to answer any that you may have. Just feel free to put them in the chat and we'll try and answer whatever you have.
I see there's a question from Luca. Is there transportation to Mount Baker available? And the answer is yes. I personally have never taken it, but I know a lot of friends of mine have. It's called I believe it's like called the Baker Bus, like the Ride Car Baker Bus. And I believe it goes up every Friday to Mount Baker. And I don't know all the details, but the answer is yes, there is transportation to Mount Baker.
Great. I see a question about the practice schedules for varsity D2 sports. Not being a D2 athlete myself or knowing anybody who is, I would just assume that they practice pretty regularly, at least once a day. And it really depends, whether or not you're in season and things like that. But it's certainly the most rigorous way to get involved with sports on campus. You're really going to not have a lot of free time because between classes, homework, and your sport, you're going to be pretty busy all day. So definitely bear that in mind if you're interested in any of our varsity athletics.
Totally. Can you bike in the Arboretum? You can try. I would definitely recommend wearing a helmet. It depends. There's trails that go all over, and some are a lot steeper and sketchier than others. I love to personally trail run in the Arboretum, so that's a little bit safer, but you might be really good at mountain biking. I don't know.
Definitely. I see a question. If we have a jazz band, the answer is yes. We have a number of jazz ensembles, actually. I have a friend who is in one. We have all different levels. So you just try out. Everyone is guaranteed to get into one of these jazz ensembles, but they are based on skill levels. So depending on where you all are, they'll match you up with other folks to create an ensemble who are about the same skill level that you are. I actually went to his performance. It was in our underground coffee house in our Viking Union. It was a really fun opportunity to listen to some great music and see a bunch of people like really jamming out. And so the answer is definitely yes. We have a ton of jazz opportunities, and you don't have to be like a music major or anything. I think he's like a sociology major or something like that. So definitely try it out.
I saw that there was a question about slacklining a few questions ago. I don't know if there's a club, but I just will say that there's a lot of slacklining that goes on. So if you wanted to create a slacklining club, if there is not already one, it would be really easy because there's so many people that love to slackline at Western's campus. And then, is biking and skateboarding allowed as a form of transportation around campus? Yes, you're not allowed to bike or skateboard what would you say, Will? On the campus, while a lot of people are walking. There are some people who do. You might be stopped by campus police if they're monitoring the area. So that's something to keep in mind. But of course, skateboarding to and biking to classes to get to Western is a viable option.
Yeah, I'd say, a lot of people bike to campus. Even professors do. It's really fun if you're ever on campus early in the morning, seeing all the professors on their e-bikes with their panniers loaded with tests that they just graded and laptops and stuff, biking to campus, all dressed pretty well, button down shirt and things like that. And so, yeah, lots of people bike. Bellingham's a really great bike friendly town. And so biking's super popular, and all the drivers know to look for bikes too. And there's great bike lanes and things like that. So definitely biking and skateboarding are really popular. And while there's parts of campus you can't bike on, a lot of folks who do bike will just bike on the roads that kind of run on the outskirts of campus, and then just lock their bikes up at any of our covered bike stations around campus, and then just walk from their classes back to their bike at the end of the day.
Totally. There's a great road that goes behind the campus that you can bike and skateboard
Definitely.
on. What was it? Is there a physical education requirement? There is not. However, you can earn credit by taking some physical education classes if that's something you're interested in. I know our yoga class you can take for credit, and that can happen in the morning, is really, really popular. So that's just an example of one.
Yeah. That being said, I know a couple majors like recreation and kinesiology do have a physical education requirement, but there's no general university requirement that all students have to take a phys ed class. I see a question here. How can you choose your preferred residence hall, and how is it decided who gets an ocean view? Yeah, definitely important. So the way you get to choose your residence hall is based on when you apply to Western. So if you're the first person to apply to Western early in September, then you're going to be one of the first people to choose your residence hall. And if you're someone who applies super late, you're going to be one of the last people. So we definitely recommend getting your application in sooner rather than later. As for ocean views, there's only one or two dorms on campus that actually have views of the ocean. So if you choose that you want that dorm, there's a chance you'll get an ocean view, but it's not guaranteed. It's kind of just luck of the draw as to who gets a nice view and who gets just a more normal view.
See, there isn't a language. Is there a language? I don't think there's a language requirement. You can take a language class, and that will fulfill either an ACOM or BCOM requirement, which is a communications general university requirement, but you are not required. I recommend it though. It's good to learn another language.
Awesome. Yeah, we have time for one or two more questions. So one person asks if there's bike lockers for people staying in dorms. The answer is yes. Every dorm has a place to lock up your bike. That could be just from an outdoor bike lock station to the dorm I stayed in, which was Eden's Hall, had a indoor bike lock area with a key to get into this kind of storage room underneath the stairs to get in. It was kind of a cool location. store your bikes. So yes, there's plenty of space to store your bikes. That being said, if you have like a super, super expensive bike, maybe try and figure out a way to like leave that in your dorm room or something, because unfortunately some bikes do get stolen every once in a while. So that being said, just keep it in mind if you're going to lock your bike up outside.
Totally. Winters do get pretty cold here in Bellingham, not gonna lie. I'm from Colorado, so I know dry cold, and Bellingham is very much wet cold. So just keep that in mind. Bring a lot of layers and bring a good rain jacket, because the rain can get pretty cold here. But it's not gonna be, I believe we only get like 2 big snows in a year. But I actually have to log off to go attend the housing tour. So thank you all so much for being here. We hope that you kind of get a good sense of Western from this virtual tour. We know it's not as as good as an on-campus tour, but thank you again for being here.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone. If you have a question, especially one that like pertains to a very particular situation, feel free to email the admissions office and they'll be able to answer those questions better for you. After this, on this Zoom call, if you will, we're going to have a panel. So if you want to just stay on for that, feel free to. I'll be on the panel and we can answer more of your questions if you have them. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. What's up, y'all? My name is Freddie Collins. So I'm the senior admissions counselor. I'm also the multicultural outreach coordinator for Western Washington University. Also a Western grad, just also a dope person and a Black king. And I'm excited to be here with y'all today and kind of hopefully get your questions answered. We're going to be doing our student panel now. So we got some of our best tour guides in the house. I'm actually really excited to see some familiar faces out here. I also used to do tours on campus back in the day before I graduated, so I definitely got a lot of love for these students that we have here. So I know y'all just finished up on the tour for the most part. I know that y'all are kind of jumping into some different questions and whatnot, so we can kind of keep the ball rolling in that same lane, you know what I'm saying? But most importantly, just kind of getting things started is I just want to say, appreciate y'all for coming through today. I'm a counselor, so I usually go to all the different high schools and visit y'all in school and come bother you in AVID class and everything like that. So obviously, I wish that I could be doing that right now. I'm chilling in my crib, but definitely we're all still here to support y'all. And as one of the people who reads applications and makes decisions and awards scholarships and all that, just know that, first of all, I'm really nice and I want everyone to be admitted. I'm the nice one at Western. And most importantly is that we're all here to support y'all, right? So whatever we can do to support y'all as you move forward, we're definitely happy to do so. So we're gonna jump into this panel. I say, let's get it already. So I do wanna go around and just have my tour guides introduce themselves and kind of let us know who we got in the house today. And then after that, please feel free to keep popping those questions in the chat and we'll just go ahead and get started. So I would like to start with my girl, Graciela, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Graciela, and I am I've already started my 4th year here at Western. I'm a human services major with a minor in anthropology. I'm originally from Seattle, which I'm sure you've never heard of that place. It's a super small town, super obscure. And I have an anthropology minor. What else do I do? Oh my goodness. So I have 2 student jobs on campus, one of them being a tour guide and the other being a employee at a different office on campus. And then I also have an internship in a nonprofit that Freddie actually knows about too. It's called Futures Northwest, and we help out a whole bunch of high school youth filling out their financial aid, which I'm sure that a lot of you have started your work on, which is super awesome. So yeah, that's just a little bit about me. Outside of work and school, I really just like enjoying the Bellingham, and there's so many food places in the area. If you asked me to list them all, I think I could be here for the whole hour just doing my own list, and then everyone else has their own list as well. But I can't wait to answer all of your questions, and I'll hand it over to Claudia next.
All right, thank you, Graciela. Hi, y'all. My name is Claudia Cooper. I am also a 4th year student here at Western. I am an out-of-state student. I come originally from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Super far away, I doubt. Not many of you know exactly where that is. Totally okay. But I'm also studying visual journalism with a concentration in creative writing. And I, of course, work for the Office of Admissions. I'm also a social media assistant. So I help run the our Western Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, Facebook, you name it. We have it on a social platform. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. If you have any questions about being an out-of-state student or journalism program, I am your girl to go to. So I'll pass it off to Will and have him reintroduce himself.
Hi, everyone. Claudia, someone said they were from Milwaukee in the chat, so you are not alone, by the way, which is super cool.
That's awesome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Will. I just did the tour that probably many of you are on, but I'll reintroduce myself. I'm also originally an out-of-state student. I was born and raised right outside of Washington, D.C., but moved to Washington partway through college, ended up transferring to Western, and here I am. I'm in our university honors program, so I can answer any questions about that if you'd like. As well as I'm involved with our Net Impact Club, which is the Club for Business and Sustainability, which is my major. I'm the president of that. We have a lot of speakers who come in. We just had a woman from Nashville come in and talk about sustainability consulting, which is awesome. As well as I'm involved with Alpha Kappa Psi, our professional development fraternity here. Off campus, I really love to get outside and go hiking, backpacking, camping, all that good stuff. So if y'all have any questions about any outdoor activities, I can definitely answer those for you as well. That being said, I'm going to pass it over to Eva Rosa.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eva Rosa. I'm a third-year student at Western, double major international business and French with a minor in entrepreneurship and innovation. I just found out yesterday that I got an internship at the Lighthouse Mission, which is the homeless shelter in Bellingham. So I'm super stoked to start that. And on campus, I work for the Office of Admissions, as well as I'm involved in our TEDx Club, which hosts our annual TEDx event, and our Swing Kids Club, which is not currently meeting, but I'm waiting for it to start getting back up again, where we go swing dancing every Wednesday night. Off campus, I work at the public pool as a lifeguard, swim instructor, and water aerobics instructor. And in my free time, I am a big fan of just going outside and going to all the hiking trails around Bellingham. I live really close to Whatcom Falls, which is a great place to go running. So it's just a great time to be outside, and it's always awesome to be outside here in Bellingham.
Awesome, hey, thank you all so much. And again, I just really want to stress this, that I love these students so much. Like, they're killing it on campus. They're doing their thing in the classroom and also in the community, but also they're like still fun. So I really appreciate y'all for being here today. And kind of like I was saying before, that was my background, was doing tours on campus back in the day. So please believe in 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, you could definitely see any one of these tour guides being an admissions counselor for us at Western, or working anywhere that they would want, because they're dope. So got love for y'all. So we'll go ahead and jump into the questions. And the first one I got coming through in the chat is, what is the diversity among the student population and for faculty staff? So anybody that feels comfortable jumping in on that, I would appreciate you.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that one. Diversity in terms of student population isn't the highest when you're thinking of ethnic cultures, but I think in terms of the way that people think, the way that people interact with each other, there is a lot of community within even that. So that's really amazing. And I think especially with, and I'm sure if you were on the tour, you saw the Multicultural Center, which is a really big and important part of our campus, especially for students who are from any different cultural backgrounds. I think those are an amazing way to create community within the smaller portions that we are. But that being said, I think part of the question was also talking about professors. I wouldn't know the exact numbers of how many of our faculty are BIPOC students or professors, but I know that even within each department, there's always at least one professor who is, and a lot of students find their way to get connections to those professors that are really helpful for their careers, as well as even when they aren't within their own cultural backgrounds. It's a really amazing way to just like connect with your professors outside of office hours, because they are a really huge resource, no matter what their ethnic background may be.
Awesome, mate. Thank you so much, Graciela. So just to kind of go off of what she was saying as well, I'd really appreciate you, first of all. So as far as student population, we're getting close to almost 1/3 of the students come being students of color. Actually, this is our highest year of students of color. So I'm one of the people who recruits students of color and all students, of course, but definitely we're super, super proud of that. And especially a lot of our student tour guides were really influential in that as well. So I know Graciela and Elizabeth and Rebecca Rodriguez and all my girls out there were really doing their thing, pushing for that, and quite a few others as well. So that's what's up as far as numbers. I would say, just going off what Gross was saying as well, is that the numbers are going to be reflective pretty much of Washington as a state. So y'all already kind of know what's up with that, but it is a lot of kind of forward thinking people and kind of open people around here. So that's something just for me personally that made me feel way more comfortable. And the thing I always say too is that numbers might not be as high as we would like, and we're always improving, but our students have a voice. Our students are going to be saying what they want to say. They're going to let you know how they feel about different things, and they're definitely going to be pushing for change in certain areas. So that's something that I definitely appreciated as well, just as a person of color that went to this school and also that works here. So thank y'all so much. That's great.
And Freddie, could I add something else too?
Please, yeah, do it.
I also think that in terms of, because I was looking at those numbers too when I was searching or looking at schools, and I think one of the things is like those numbers will not rise if you do not decide to go to the schools that you want to. And then once you get into those schools, it's important to take up space because you worked so hard to get into that position that you are in, and you deserve to speak as much as you want because you earned it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And just a little fun fact is that when Graciela was applying to the school, I was actually her counselor. So me and her have been like this the whole time. So I'm like, I don't have any kids, so I'm such a dad about certain students, but especially for Grace, like, I'm so proud of you, girl. You're killing it. I appreciate you. So that was a great question to jump off. So let's get into another one. And this actually kind of ties in as well in certain ways, but the students in the chat are wondering about the essay prompts and if y'all have any tips, maybe.
Well, super awesome fact about Western is for the essay, you can actually turn it into an admissions counselor early and they will look it over for you. So if you're a little bit nervous about what you're writing or you're a little nervous about the stuff that's in it, or if you think it'll get you into the university, you can email it to them ahead of time and they'll look it over for you. And then you'll have this really awesome essay that is sent back to you with some edits, and they'll maybe tell you to possibly maybe stop talking about your cat as much and talk a little bit more about yourself, or why you're so passionate about your cat. And so that's really, really awesome. And the other thing I would say is that your essay is a time where you get to express yourself and you get to talk about the things that aren't necessarily going to fit on the rest of your application. So you're talking about what classes you took were your favorite, or you're talking about what you did outside of those classes more specifically and why you were passionate about those. We really want to see who you are, and we want to know more about you and get to know you really personally. So don't be afraid to be really personal with those. And those essays are going to put you in for scholarships in different areas too. So as you are writing that essay, really talk about yourself and don't be afraid of being bold. Because those essays are going to go through tons and tons of different scholarship applications, and you never know which ones you're going to get.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Does anybody else have any tips? I know that y'all turned this in not that long ago. So how'd the application process go for you, or if you have any tips for the students, anybody else?
I do want to say that because we're not on the Common App, you can also apply your essay from the Common App to Western, because we do have an open-ended prompt. Just make sure that you include the question from whatever prompt you did answer, so our counselors have a little bit of background of what you're answering. Also, because you're copy and pasting, I always recommend to read it through, because you may have included another school's name in your essay, like, this is why I want to go to Western, but you accidentally said a different school. That won't dock you any points if you accidentally leave it there, but our counselors will be a little butthurt, and I'm sure Freddie can attest to that.
For sure, I'll be sad for sure. No, I appreciate y'all. Those are awesome tips. So just to kind of go over the prompts themselves, one, I don't know the exact wording, but pretty much it's like one is with regard to the most significant event in your life or something that you have overcome or a hurdle. And you pick any one of these three. You don't have to do all three. So that's one. The second one is with regard to your commitment to diversity and multiculturalism. So that's one that I was kind of saying ties into what we were talking about before. And just like my girl Eva Rosa was saying, is that if you are writing about like why your culture is important to you, and just for instance, just kind of keeping it real and being vulnerable, I wrote my essay about, I'm doing Black Student Union at my school. We did this rally and we did this march and blah, blah, blah. And so I ended up getting a Multicultural Achievement Program scholarship just off the strength of my essay. So that was like $3,000 every year for 4 years. So I was just writing that essay to like try to get into the school, but it ended up being a $12,000 essay. So again, forgot who said that, but definitely kind of flex on your essay and just in your activities list and stuff, because I won't know all the dope stuff that you have been involved with unless you let me know. And I definitely want to give you some free money if we got it. So don't be afraid to kind of talk about those different things. And then the last prompt is just write about whatever you want. So if those other prompts don't fit for you, you have something else you want to get off your chest, definitely go ahead and do so. And I guess my biggest piece of advice as somebody who reads applications and reads essays and all that is just, it's my best chance to get to know y'all outside of the classroom. I'm gonna get your transcript. I already know you got a C in AP Calc. I already know you got an A+ in creative writing, you know what I'm saying? But talking about some of those things that my students were talking about, why you think the school might be a good fit, things you have been passionate about, things you're excited about getting involved with once you get to campus. Any of those things can definitely really help you in the application process. And we have a holistic review process. So we're not just a school that says yes or no based upon your grades and SAT scores. We really take the essay into account. So just know that I think we got like 11,000 applications last year. There's probably like 10 of us who read them, and we read every single one. So like we're definitely reading them, and I forgot who said that as well, but we're definitely happy to help you all on the front end if you do have any questions or need any feedback for sure. So that was great. Appreciate y'all. So let's slide on to another question coming through on the chat. Also, shout out to y'all in the chat for coming up with questions. Sometimes there's no questions and it's kind of dry. So I appreciate y'all for coming through. And so our next one is, what are some of the best outdoor activities to participate in around Bellingham and kind of near the campus?
I will start off. I'm sure other people have some other things to say. There's a whole lot to do for outdoors around Western. Right on campus, we have our Arboretum that's full of hiking trails. There's a lookout tower that's just more for hiking or running. I don't know, a lot of people go running in there. We actually have some classes that will get held in there. We'll have, I know I went there for like a Bio 101 class or Geology 101. We went and just like looked at the sandstone, and it was fun. And we also have the Chuckanut Drive, which is about 10 minutes outside of campus, which is again full of hiking trails, mountain biking trails. There's easier trails if you just want a good lookout, and there's harder trails if you want to really take the trek up the mountain. We're also really avid skiers and snowboarders around Western. It's about an hour and a half, I believe, up to Mount Baker, and there's shuttles that run throughout the winter. So if you're an avid skier or snowboarder, that's definitely the best place to go. We also have a lot of outdoor clubs as well as our outdoor center. So they used to run excursions when we did have COVID around, where you could just pay a couple bucks to go for the whole day on hiking. I know they go to Mount Baker, and I think it was less than $20 for transportation and snacks and things like that. As well as you want to rent out any equipment there, it's all going to be subsidized for your tuition fees and costs. So I know we had some tour guides actually went on a canoe trip down the Nooksack River and paid about $10 for a sleeping bag and tent, which would be about $300 at your local REI. And we have all of our outdoor clubs. I know we have running clubs, hiking clubs. I know they're probably not meeting right now, but that's all going to be available to you when we can have clubs again, which who knows when that will be. But that's just a few examples for outdoor. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add.
Yeah, I can add a little bit to that. One thing to note too about our outdoor center is in non-coronavirus times, they also have the Woot trip at the beginning of the year. And that's an opportunity for first-year students to kind of get to Western a little bit early and do an orientation where you get to meet a lot of other first year students while you're either going backpacking for a week or doing a kayaking trip around the San Juan Islands for a week. So that's WOOT, W-O-O-T. It's a program that I wish they offered to transfer students because I totally would have done it if it was available. Unfortunately, it's not. But it just looks like a lot of fun, and it's a great way to already have a community of friends you just spend a week with, either backpacking or kayaking. Like once classes actually start, you can go hang out all the time and get food and dinner and all that good stuff. So definitely recommend that, as well as a little bit closer to campus, especially if you don't have a car necessarily, or you don't want to drive super far up to Mount Baker, things like that. We have our Whatcom Falls Park, which I think Eva Rosa mentioned. She lives right nearby. It's really close to campus. It's a beautiful place. Awesome waterfalls. People go cliff jumping there. A lot of great hiking trails as well. So definitely something to check out. Chuckanut Drive is really beautiful. It's a road that goes right along the water in Bellingham. Great spot to check out there. Great place to watch the sunset, as well as our Boulevard Park. We actually have a tour guide who jumps into the water from Boulevard Park every single month, like every single month of the year. So he'll jump in like June when it's warm, and also like January when it's snowing. He's absolutely crazy, but it's a super fun time. I've done that with him a couple of times. So definitely recommend checking out Boulevard Park. And then I think the most like popular hike in Bellingham, it's called Oyster Dome. It's about like a 15-minute drive from campus, and it's a beautiful view. You can see all of the San Juan Islands from up there. It's not too strenuous of a hike, and so definitely recommend checking that one out if you're going to be able to have a car or know someone with a car or have some way to get up there. Does anyone else have any more to add?
I'm not an outdoorsy person, so no, do not ask those questions. But there are a lot of opportunities to enjoy the outdoors from the inside because we have so many coffee shops. Like my favorite is the one that is down at the Boulevard, is the Woods Coffee Shop. So you can enjoy watching everyone else do the sports, but stay inside.
Totally. Yeah, I had a friend that was a photographer, so she was like, I'm not trying to do all this stuff outside, but I definitely am down to take pics. But then I have some hardcore friends too that are like trying to summit Mount Baker. I actually used to work at the outdoor center. So yeah, we have a ton of stuff available to y'all. And I think that one thing that was nice and kind of pretty equitable in my opinion was that a lot of those trips are open to all experience levels. So if you have no experience and you want to learn how to rock climb, like through the outdoor center, they will teach you. So if you ever want to try something, like don't think that you have to be a super pro to do it. You can totally like try something out for the first time. So it's totally chill. So let's see, what are some of the most popular majors at Western? Are there strong environmental / nature related majors or programs?
I guess I can answer that. So as far as most popular majors, I think like psychology is super popular. Western was founded as a teaching school, so a lot of people want to become teachers or do something through our Woodring College of Education. We have human services offered through Woodring College, which I think Graciela can talk about a little bit if anyone's interested in human services. As far as environmental or nature-related majors, our Huxley College of the Environment is the first environmental college in the nation. So definitely a lot of really popular programs there. We offer both environmental studies as well as environmental science. So studies are going to be things more like environmental policy, environmental education. My major is business and sustainability. So that's half environmental studies and half business. So really cool intersection there. And then environmental science, we have just, environmental science, marine biology, geology, archaeology, astronomy. So lots of really great options, and Western's really known as for our Huxley College. So definitely a fantastic program to check out if you're interested.
I think to add on to that, there was another question, I think this might tie into talk about research in undergraduate. And we actually have for our marine biology majors and for other STEM majors that want to check it out, we have our own Marine Center down in Anacortes, which really focuses on student research and undergraduate research. So you can actually stay there for an entire quarter if you want to just do research with professors or take your classes down there, and they have dorms and a cafeteria. It's like being at school, but you're actually out in the field and right on the water and things like that. So I think we do tie in environmental studies really well into Western. And I think the Huxley College really focuses on things like that. I don't know.
No, totally. Yeah, thank y'all so much. I think you're totally right that it really ties in really well. And obviously we're kind of all these questions are somewhat related, but we're talking about stuff to do outside, but definitely like I respect the environment up here. Tons of stuff to do as outdoor rec. But most importantly, even a lot of environmental stuff kind of ties into different majors around campus as well, I would say. I did a double major at Western, but one of my majors was through the engineering department, but we worked super closely with the Huxley College of the Environment and kind of worked on like green energy vehicles, stuff like that. And also we're a liberal arts college, which means that even if you are a business major or a psychology major or whatever, you're going to take a little bit of everything, you know what I'm saying? And so I think that's dope that no matter what discipline you go into, you'll still be able to get a little taste of environmental stuff and whatnot. And like Claudia was saying, and again, appreciate you, is definitely a lot of opportunities for research. And someone in the chat answered this as well, but we are 95% undergraduate. So for the most part at really big schools, all the research stuff and like the internships and the scholarships go to grad students, obviously because they're kind of a step ahead of at that point. But you're kind of top of the food chain at Western with regard to those. So I had a friend get published in a book, like helping his professor with some research by the time he was maybe a junior in college. So like some pretty dope, some dope opportunities through those as well. Cool. So let's see what else we got in the chat. So this is an interesting one. So I guess for anyone who has lived on campus before, like what would you recommend for dorms? Where did you live? What do you think is the best dorm? Like, what's up with it? Let's chat.
I lived in Buchanan Towers my freshman year, and I would definitely recommend it because they just renovated them like right before my freshman year. So all the stuff in there. So Buchanan Towers works as a suite style. So there are 2 rooms connected to a shared space that includes a kitchen and a couch and like a coffee table, as well as a bathroom, all in that shared space, and then 2 rooms on either side of it. And all of the stuff that you get in that dorm room is new. So the oven, the fridge, the sink, the couch, the coffee table, the desks, the chairs, everything was just renovated. So it's going to be kind of your newest dorm as of right now. But I know they are working on the Ridgeway dorm. So those will kind of take over that kind of newest dorm position here, depending on what year you are. So, or when you're thinking of going to Western and living on campus. But if it's this year, I would definitely recommend going into Buchanan Towers because they're very new. They are a little bit of a further walk to your class than the other dorms are. So if you're someone who likes to just roll out of bed and go to class, or maybe you run a little late, you can live on the ridge because it's all downhill to your class. You can just kind of book it down the hill and be there in 2 minutes, although it's a little bit of a walk uphill back. And then if you're just kind of in the middle, or maybe you are trying to hope to get into one of those ocean view rooms, then I would live on North Campus and try and go for one of those rooms. That's just kind of my expertise and what I discovered living on campus.
Yeah, I actually lived on North Campus, lived in Mathis, which is actually my green screen right here. And I was lucky enough, I had the ocean view. I don't really know how I pulled it off. I think I also applied to Western very, very early. So I think that might have helped a little bit. But I can't think of another dorm that I would have rather lived in. I liked how close I was to my classes. It was basically just a walk up the sidewalk and you're already on the bricks and you're already on your way to class. And it all just depends on if you want to be a little more secluded away from campus. Some of those South Campus dorms are better, like Eva Rosa was saying. BT is great for that. Ridgeway, those dorms are going to be very close together. So if you're not afraid of having some noise, or you're not afraid of like people yelling through the windows to talk to each other, maybe that's for you. I like North Campus because it was a little more quiet, but you also got that really awesome view of downtown and Bellingham Bay. But yeah, that's just my opinion. I really enjoyed living in Mathis, and Nash is also a great one. It's basically the same thing. You still get those really awesome views if that's really what you're looking for, but it is going to be those hall styles. So if you're okay with sharing a bathroom with about, 30 other people, I definitely was. So that's just up to you. But yeah, that's a little bit about my living on campus.
Yeah, I always think that question is really funny because depending on how many tour guides you have or how many students you're talking to, the answers will widely vary because they'll all say that their dorm is the best. So my answer is that the Ridgeway Gamma is the best dorm on campus, and no one can tell me any different. I moved in about 2017, and the summer before I moved in, they had just renovated those dorms. So we got heated flooring, which was really convenient in the winter time. I really love putting like a rug down and just like laying down on the ground once it was warmed up. So as you can see, like hearing everyone's experience, every kind of building has their own thing that makes you really enjoy it. So for example, the Fairhaven is close to the Arboretum. So if you're really into just getting hikes in the morning or hiking to class, that's a really great way. And yeah, so it's really up to you and making those decisions, but make sure that you look into all of them to see what fits you personally and also the landscape that you really like.
Perfect. Hey, thank y'all so much. That's
I need
dope.
to talk about my dorm.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry. guys.
Yeah, the best dorm on campus is the one that I lived in, Eden's Hall. I won't go on and on because I guess we have other questions, but Eden's Hall is the honors dorm, and it was really great because you got to see all the people you were in class with in your honors classes, and they like all lived right down the hall from you in your dorm, and so it was a great opportunity to get studying in because we're all in honors and nerdy. I'm just kidding. There's great people in honors. It's a fantastic program, and if you have any questions about it, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Dope. Hey, thank y'all so much. Yeah, we definitely got to shout out Eden's Hall. Sorry about that, my guy. Yeah, they definitely all have different vibes, which y'all can tell, which is dope. So just depending on your personality, one will be able to fit you really nicely. Also, just know that we do have on-campus housing for y'all for sure on a regular non-corona year. I think about 95% of first-year students live on campus, but we don't force students to live on campus. So if you don't want to, you don't have to. And it usually kind of cuts in half each year. So I know a lot of my tour guides in the house right now, like probably started off in the dorms and maybe on their second or third year at Western, made some friends in the dorms in Edens or in Gamma or whatever, and were able to move off and kind of find an apartment or a house that was pretty as close, if not closer than the dorms. Thankfully, there's a lot of off-campus housing as well. And you also get a free bus pass with tuition. So you'll definitely be able to get around. So we'll slide over to the next question. And this one is for anyone who is interested as well. So do you have a favorite class or professor from your time at Western so far?
I have a favorite professor. He was in the journalism department. His name is Stephen Howie. He teaches a lot of the editing classes. I think he really was one of the funnier professors I have, but also really pushed me in my work. He says he rarely gives out A's because he wants to see people like really strive. He's like, I would never just give like a 10 out of 10 just because I thought it was good. I usually will always just kind of make you work harder and make you want to work for that 10. So I think that he really helped me with my projects. I took him for an editing class where I got to do a lot of page design for newspapers and magazines. So I think having a professor that's very humorous and also is striving to really help his students, I think that's why he is my favorite professor. Someone says Howie was my advisor, and yeah, he's amazing.
Okay, Will, I skipped you last time, so how about you go? What you got, buddy?
Sure. So my favorite professor is my advisor right now. His name's Dr. Craig Dunn. He's a fantastic human being. He's the chair of the business and sustainability, or head of the business and sustainability program. He's also like the only professor in the business and sustainability program, as it's super small. But he's really helpful in getting us funding. He's incredibly well connected with people in Bellingham. I've seen him all over. At one point I was volunteering at a like charity auction with a club that I was involved in, and like Craig just happened to be there, and like we talked the whole time because he was like a nonprofit that he happened to be on the board of. He's really well connected, just a fantastic resource. And I think really getting in touch with one or two professors to really help you navigate your college experience or your major experience, whatever it is, and just somebody to help you with your classes. He's always helped me like trying to figure out which classes I need to take for the major. And I've been able to do a couple independent studies with him as well. And so just a fantastic resource, but really identifying 1 or 2 professors to really help you through college is just incredibly valuable. So definitely recommend. And all the professors at Western are so nice. They'd love to help you out for sure.
Yeah, I also had a professor, her name is Trula Nicholas, and it was within my human services major. She was teaching the diversity and social justice class, and which was a really fun class to begin with, but she was also my advisor. And one day I had a question about my major and I went into her office and I walked in and we just like talked about what my issue was with the class and what I was trying to figure out with my schedule. And that was like that conversation was done within 2 minutes, but then we spent like a whole half an hour afterwards just talking about the class and different material. So as kind of Will said, as long as you're going in there and engaging with professors, they love that. And they love to just talk about things that aren't specifically related to the class too. So definitely reach out to office hours when you can.
I have to plug my minor, entrepreneurship and innovation. I absolutely love it. I remember my very first day going into that class. It's on the 4th floor of Miller Hall, which is kind of a confusing building if you haven't been in it very often. And I really didn't even know the 4th floor existed until I was taking that class. And it meets from 4 to 6 at night. So my first quarter taking it, I walked into the building and I was looking for it. And then all of a sudden I started to hear this like thumping coming from a classroom down the hallway. And I was like, that can't be it. And I walk around the corner and it was basically just a straight up party happening in there. They had like music going and everyone was hanging out and talking to each other and like sitting on the desks. And the professor had brought in pizza the first day because they were so excited for the school year to be starting and to be seeing all their students again. And you actually take the same class 6 times. Well, you take the same class 6 times. So you're in the same class with people for the entire time that you're in the minor. And you do a trickle down learning style. So the people who are in their 6th quarter taking the class kind of mentor the people who are in their 1st quarter taking the class. And it's just this really, really awesome program. And by the end of the program, they expect you to have a running and functioning business. So I'm currently in my 4th quarter and I'm starting my venture project, but by the time I graduate, we're expected to have a profitable business or something that is like a nonprofit and is functioning in Bellingham, which is really, really cool.
That's super dope. Yeah, no, there's so many cool professors at our school. I'd say the one that I would shout out is my guy, Larry Estrada. He's definitely a GOAT. And he taught a lot of my American cultural studies classes. And just giving it real too, when I first came to Western, I was working in a different like on-campus job. And he was actually the one that encouraged me to apply to be a tour guide. He's like, yo, you're pretty outgoing and you know, you love Western and you're from Bellingham. He's like, you'd also talk through my whole class, so you might want to try to get paid for it. So I was like, swag. So shout out to Larry Estrada, because I definitely wouldn't be sitting in front of y'all right now if it wasn't for him. But I think the common theme of what all my students in the panel are saying today is that these people are really down to actually help you, and they'll go out of their way to do so, and they'll stick with you through it. And I think something that just really hit me when y'all were speaking as well is professors are actually like genuinely stoked about what they are teaching, which for me was a big difference from high school, which was like a happy difference from high school. So kind of sliding in the same lane, they're wondering, is it okay to be undecided about what you want to major in? Okay, Rosa, you nodded hardest, so what's up?
Well, I went into college thinking I was going to be they have a combined major French, Spanish, and then a general biz major. And so I went in really thinking that was what it was going to be. And then I took all the wrong classes and then changed my mind about 6 different times and met with 4 different advisors. And then finally decided on my international business and French major, which is 2 different majors, but it was 2 things that I was really passionate about that work really well together. So I think we have a little joke as tour guides that undecided is actually our most popular major for incoming students. So it's absolutely okay. And even if you are feeling fairly decided right now, you will probably change your mind as you start taking classes and you start becoming more passionate about certain things. And you start really having this opportunity that a lot of students in high school don't really get to. You get this opportunity to explore information in that area that you're interested in versus just kind of being vaguely interested in it, you're really learning the stats about it, you're learning the lingo of it, and learning if that's going to be a right fit for you. So don't be afraid of being undecided. We are completely set up for that too, because of the variety of classes for our general university requirements that you take. You will end up taking a variety of classes anyways, and from those, we hope to inspire you to find a major that you're really passionate about and that you'll be successful in.
Yeah, and to kind of jump off of that, we also have our advising center within Old Main that are going to be able to help you with, one, planning out your classes to make sure that you're covering all of those general university requirements. And two, once you've covered them and you're feeling really close, like, oh, I'm kind of feeling the pressure, I have to start making a decision, they will really help you out in terms of asking you, well, what would kind of work would you like to do after you graduate? Where do you see yourself? And then kind of find something from there. And that's honestly how I found my human services major. And I don't know if I would have found that major if I had just like looked through a pamphlet of all the majors on campus. So that's how I was able to work out what I wanted to do and apply it into a major. So there's that.
Dope. Yeah, thank you all so much. Yeah, you definitely might find your way as you go, kind of like Eva Rosa, with help as you go, for sure. You're not doing it by yourself, most importantly. And also, I'm sure my tour guide shouted this out on the virtual tour, but we also have Fairhaven College on campus. And so if you don't find exactly what you want on our list of like 175, you definitely can combine two different majors or come up with something totally unique as well. That's the other major that I did, was through Fairhaven, and I designed a diversity in higher ed major. So took some of those like human service classes that Gras was talking about, and some leadership classes, and kind of mixed them all up too. So you definitely have a lot to choose from, for sure. But overall, you for sure don't need to know what you want to study when you come here. You'll figure it out as you go. So this is a good one. So what is the arts and music scene like up in Bellingham?
I think pre-COVID time, I think downtown Bellingham is a huge art and music district. We used to have downtown sounds quite a bit, where it's just a bunch of local bands that always come out and play on the streets with a lot of local food trucks and things like that. We also have our art walk. I think that was happening once a month pre-COVID. I think it's virtually now, but that's just where a bunch of local artists will set up for people to look and buy their pieces. They also will display at our farmers market, which happens every Saturday in the summer. So I think that's a big thing about downtown Bellingham, is there's a big arts and music district, as well as we have our own little music festival that happens once a year on campus called Lawn Stock, where we can get all the students together for free, and we'll have some local bands come out in food trucks. I know we had like a bouncy castle one year, and it's just a great way to kind of de-stress before exam week. It happens, I believe, the last week of classes. So that's a little bit about arts and music. I don't know if anyone else wants to tie into that.
Yeah, even on campus, we have like the underground coffee house where a lot of students perform. We have the Battle of the Bands on campus. And one year, the Battle of the Bands, the winner went on to perform to the lawn stock. And that year was actually one of our fellow tour guides, and her band was the winner and was able to perform. So that was really exciting. As well as there's a lot of, I always see like on the Western Facebook group, people looking for fellow artists to join their bands. I think they even made like a Bellingham bands, a Facebook page, so that they can all try to find different singers or other performers. I don't really know a whole bunch about music, so I don't want to say a instrument or something and say it wrong, but there is definitely something to look forward to if you are interested in the arts and singing.
Also, Death Cab for Cutie and Odessa both are started, like they originated in Bellingham as bands. And 2 years ago, they came back and did a concert together in Bellingham, and it was a fundraiser for scholarships for students, which was really cool for them to come back and do that. And it was kind of crazy because their music is very, very different, but they pulled off this awesome concert for everyone in Bellingham, and everyone at Western went to it, and it was really fun.
Also, one more thing to tie in. I guess, again, pre-COVID, if you were to walk on a Saturday or Friday or Saturday night in North Campus, you would probably run into at least one house show. There's always house shows that are going on, and those are usually maybe like $5 to get in. Some of them are free. I think there is like a house show of Bellingham Facebook page, if I'm not mistaken. Also, if you're going down to Boulevard Park when it's really nice out, there will be people playing all the time, and it's always really cool to listen to. There'll always be some like jazz going on or someone playing a guitar. So I feel like music really does tie into every kind of aspect on campus and off campus.
Totally. Yeah, no, you guys killed it. For sure. And I would definitely say if Graciela feels good about this scene, she comes from Seattle, so that's a good look, you know what I mean? And most importantly, kind of like all my tour guides are saying, is that there's always something cracking either on campus or off. So most importantly, you just won't have to go home every weekend, you know what I mean? Like if you don't want to, there's definitely enough going on. Fun stuff through clubs, activities, volunteering, or just arts, music, whatever, outdoor stuff that you could still keep yourself pretty busy, right? So thank you all so much for that. So we got a specific question. I'm about to throw this alley-oop to you right now. So for those coming from out of state, how did you feel like the transition to Washington was?
I can go first. So I grew up in Rockville, Maryland, which is about as far away from Bellingham as you can get. And didn't really know much about Western Washington or like the Pacific Northwest or the school or Bellingham or anything like that. For me, like the only thing I knew was like the stereotypes that it always rains and all that sort of thing. I would say as far as like the weather goes, it's not any worse than like the East Coast. Yeah, it rains, but like it's not terrible. But I think Washington is so like beautiful and just such a fantastic place to go to school. Western's right by the water, and not growing up like near the ocean or anything like that is just so cool to watch like beautiful sunset night after night. Like when you're on campus, you just, look over and like there's just like pink and blues and orange and everything. It's fantastic. And there's mountains right nearby. There's no mountains on the East Coast. So like I absolutely love Washington. So the transition was like fantastic because it was like a state that was full of all the things that I really like and kind of always was sad that where I grew up didn't have. So super easy transition for me. The only thing I really miss from home is just like friends from high school, but that's what the internet's for, and like FaceTime and Zoom and all that sort of thing. So it's been a fantastic transition. Met really awesome people here in Bellingham and at Western. So definitely was really great.
Yeah, so I said I was from Wisconsin. I'm from a small suburb town outside of Milwaukee, so probably about 7,000 of us. So I was really looking for like a bigger size city. I knew I always wanted to be somewhere in a bigger city, and I wanted to be on the water, and I wanted to be in the mountains as well. And I was like, I'll never find a place that has all of that. And I think Bellingham just really kind of puts together everything I was looking for a place to live. And I didn't know anything besides the Midwest, and I really took a chance on coming out here so far away from home, and I was absolutely so happy that I did it. And I think the transition is it can be difficult in different ways that you look at it, but I just kind of put myself into my classes and threw myself into dorm life, and I found my 3 best friends that I've had all these years that came from my dorm hallway about 2 doors down. And I think just the biggest transition is to kind of learn how to live by yourself and be more independent, but there's plenty of resources on campus that if you are struggling in one area or another, they're there to help you. But I think that in the college search, I think just Bellingham was just the perfect fit for just getting that change of scenery with also having just like this homey feeling. Even though we seem like a bigger campus, it seems that everyone just kind of knows each other, and it's almost like creating your own group, and they really become your family. And yeah, I'm just glad to be here from out of state. I definitely recommend if you can check it out, if you can find your way up here. But yeah.
No, that was awesome, mate. Thank you all so much. Claudia, you almost made me cry right now. That was so sweet. I think that you nailed it though, honestly. Like obviously I can't speak to it because I was born in Atlanta, but I grew up in Bellingham, so I can't speak about the transition. But I'll definitely just say that a lot of my friends that I made in college from Cali or Oregon or Colorado or whatever, after graduating, all wanted to stay in Bellingham or work here now. So that's probably a good sign. And I think just what Claudia was saying was really impactful. The way that you said it is that the people are just very nice and they're chill up here, and it's easy to make friends. So it wasn't like awkward for a lot of people, whether you're coming from out of state or in state, right? It's still a new journey that you're going on, but just knowing that people are going to be supporting you through that definitely was helpful for me, even though I came from in-state. Cool. Hey, thank you all so much. So a couple people are wondering, going off the campus housing question, what is off-campus housing like? Is it hard to find places to live?
I'll go first. So it's kind of, sorry, my brain, it's been a long day. So we're talking about housing and off campus. I think there are a lot of resources, specifically more recently, that Western has developed to help students get off of their campus. And I think we used to host things like hash browns and housing, where they would give hash browns to students, but also kind of talk about how to look at a lease, how to sign a lease, what is a co-signer, what does that look like, how do you make sure that you are living with people that are within somewhat similar living styles so that you have communication. And I think one of the great things about living on campus first is you kind of learn how you work living with other people and how you make sure that it's your turn to clean because I cleaned all of last week, and like these are your chores, and like making sure to split those things up is super important. And then housing wise, there's so much student housing within a 1 mile radius of campus. You'll find so many different apartments, houses, options that you can really choose from, but it really ranges based on your price range too. Obviously, the closer you get to campus, it might get a little more expensive because it's a lot more convenient, but it also depends on your budgeting. If you're doing like, if you're better at budgeting than I am, basically, you might be able to have the best of both worlds of living close to campus and being able to figure everything out. I try to live a little bit further from campus so that my rent is cheaper so that I can buy more shoes. So that's my budgeting lifestyle when it comes to off-campus housing.
Yeah, you definitely have your big name realtors around campus. I think the biggest one is Landmark. They probably own like half of Bellingham by now, but there's definitely an easy way to find maybe smaller realtors if you don't want to support bigger realtors. I know some people really don't want to live in the bigger like advertised housing. We have like a few apartment buildings that you could probably, we all know, and people just want to support more locally and smaller businesses, and there's definitely ways to do that. There's a whole Bellingham student housing Facebook page that posts all the time if they need roommates, and if they need someone to sublet, if they have just a full studio apartment or apartment that's available. We definitely took the bigger realtor route, and that's okay if you want to do that and just feel a little safer knowing that people are relying on a realtor. And yeah, there's plenty of housing right off campus. I live about less than a mile away. I can walk right on the campus, about a 20-minute walk if I really needed to. But yeah, I think it's pretty easy. And like Graciela said, they do have more housing kind of info sessions going on. I know that our realtor is the one that does the hash browns and housing little event. So definitely there's ways to get in contact, and those Facebook housing pages are a great way to start.
Okay, dope. Thank you all so much. So we got a couple more questions before we get up out of here today. So how would you summarize Bellingham's culture? That was a deep one, huh? Look at my tour guides thinking, wow, cute.
I can do it a little bit. Just I think not growing up on the West Coast is a little bit of like a culture shock for me. At least like where I grew up on the East Coast, there was a lot of like always had to be busy. Like people were very like conscientious about like their time and like everything, and it just like very like uptight almost. And I feel like Bellingham is super relaxed and like laid back, and it's been a little hard for me to like adjust to like taking time to relax and just appreciate like the like nature, like go for a hike just to like clear my head or like things like that. And I think that's like incredibly healthy, and something that Bellingham is really like good for. A lot of people who move up here really like the outdoors, and they're very artistic, like good beer and good food. And so it's a really just a really great community. Has a little bit for everyone, I would say. And the culture is just really laid back. Everyone's very friendly. And so fantastic place to go to school, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I believe that Bellingham is called the city of subdued excitement, which perfectly describes Bellingham. It is bustling in its own way, but it's also at the same time you're able to find like calm moments within the Bellingham as a whole, which in a way helps me tie into a question that was kind of at the beginning that we may have missed, but it was how residents of Bellingham kind of interact with students on campus. And I think in terms of the relationship between Bellingham residents and students, it's a really beautiful relationship because a lot of businesses do hire a lot of students locally. And so that's one way that you can get a little bit more involved in the community. And as you may have noticed from all of us, of our tour guides, we've had different internships in the Bellingham community and have like put in our efforts to also communicate and provide for those that we are living nearby. So I think it's a beautiful community as a whole.
Dope. Thank y'all so much. And again, shout out to y'all, but also shout out to my tour guides in the chat. My girl Frances wrote a really beautiful little statement about how she felt about the culture as well. So appreciate you, Frances. That was a good one. So I'm going to give y'all, I'm going to be honest with you. I saved the hardest question for last right now. So like, get ready. Don't get mad at me, but this one's kind of tough. So if you could pick just one favorite place to eat in Bellingham, where would it be? Okay, Graciela, I know you're gonna have to think about this for a while, so I'm gonna let you go last, actually. So I'm gonna go slide to my girl Eva Rosa. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna choose Mount Bakery. Not a lot of people have like go there from Western, but I really love Mount Bakery. This is controversial, but they have the best crepes in my opinion, and they are just like absolutely delicious. I actually know the owner. His daughter is in my small group, and so maybe I'm also a little bit biased because I get free food when I go there. But they're just like super wonderful. And they have like, I think Dagny just said they have great cinnamon rolls, and they are this really awesome, friendly atmosphere, and they're kind of hidden over in a corner. But you walk in and everybody's just so excited that you came there, and you sit down with your friends or anyone else, and the staff is awesome and the food is just superb. And so atmosphere plus food plus good memories has ended on Mount Baker, if I could only choose one.
Okay, let's go for Will next, because I actually saw this guy almost have a heart attack when you said they had the best crepes. So what's up, Will? What you got?
I'm not gonna say that I'm a huge fan of 1-2-3 crepes. I think they're a little overpriced. I just was thinking that was a very like controversial statement to make in this setting. Anyway, my favorite place to eat in Bellingham is probably Avenue Bread, which is pretty similar to Mount Bakery. They like bake their own bread. They have, I think, like 3 or 4 locations throughout Bellingham. It's the place that my mom always makes me take her whenever she comes up, because like she lives like half an hour away, but there's no Trader Joe's. And so whenever she comes up to Bellingham to go to Trader Joe's, there's a Avenue Bread right across the street. And so she always makes me like drive her there, or we always go there. And so it always has like good memories of catching up with my mom. And then the food is fantastic. I always get the BLT and tea. It's like a BLT with turkey, and they have great desserts. And apparently they have really good eggs Benedict as well, which I've never had, but I went there once in the morning and the line was like out the door specifically for eggs Benedict. So that's what you're into. Definitely a great place to check out.
All right, well, I'm going to argue with you because I think that the Birch Door Cafe has the best Eggs Benedict in Bellingham. Hands down, I love Eggs Benedict. I am like an expert in Eggs Benedict, so I'm sorry, but I'll have to try it. But anyways, Birch Door Cafe is the best place for brunch. I also really like Mount Bakery, which is what Eva Rosa said. I always get Eggs Benedict anywhere I go to brunch, and they're a close second, but I like Birch Door the most. That's a little bit kind of further out of Bellingham. It's going to be up by like the more businessy district, up by the mall. So, but it's still really, it's still local. I know they have, I think, 2 other places, but they're called like different names. It's called like, there's the Birch Store and like the Cedar Table or something. It's like always wood and like some kitchen appliance or I don't know. So I like the Birch Store for brunch. And then I have another one, the Colophon Cafe in Fairhaven. Has really good vegetarian and vegan options. I'm a vegetarian. I always go there whenever I want really warm, good comfort food. So I think, yeah, Birch Store and Colophon Cafe are definitely the best. Colophon's going to be like a little more ritzy. Definitely being in the Fairhaven district will be a little more pricey, but I always will go there when my parents will come and they absolutely love it.
Okay, so I can't pick one, so I'm not going to choose just one. I first want to say Mi Rancho Meat Market because they have $1 tacos and what more do you need? 2, I want to say the Bagelry because they make their own not donuts, bagels. The rosemary salted bagel is the best one in my opinion. And then I also have to shout out Aslan because Aslan is so good. I love their poutine. Let me see. I'm missing one more. Oh, I'll stop with those. Those top 3, you'll survive off of those, honestly. But yeah.
Solid. Cool. And I would say mine, I wouldn't say it's like the best food, but just kind of like Will was saying, I have the best memories there is there's a spot called Arliss that has really bomb breakfast. And back when my grandmother was alive, we used to go over there all the time. So all the old workers like know her and stuff. And they've been knowing me since I was like 6 years old. So really just loved going there. It's good vibes. So we're about out of time on this. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to everybody in the chat that joined us today. We really appreciate y'all. And again, we know that y'all are at home, so you could be doing anything that you want. It's on a Saturday, but you're really taking this time out to learn more about the schools that you may be interested in, and most importantly, kind of get ready for your future. And the main thing I just want y'all to leave with knowing is that we're here to support y'all, right? And so definitely your boy, Freddie C, I got your back. Whatever I can do to support y'all, I definitely got you. If any of my chat mods could maybe drop my email address in here as well, that would be super, super helpful for me. And again, I just want to also shout out to all of my tour guides, both those in the chat and those that joined us on screen in the panel today. I tried to warn y'all, but they're dope. They did a great job. And hopefully in a few years, y'all will be choosing to come to Western, and potentially I'll be bragging about you on our next panel and you'll be one of our tour guides. But again, thank y'all so much with that. My name is Freddie Collins and we out.